I have the distinction or the displeasure of being elected chair. So go. Again, I'd like to welcome everybody. We've got an agenda. The agenda has been posted. So the first thing on the agenda is roll call. Ms. Jones.
Good morning, everyone. To call the roll to the meeting. Vice Chair Anderson, are you here?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brank,
Present.
Commissioner Barunda.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Candelaria. Commissioner Fry.
Here.
Commissioner Kenny.
Here.
Commissioner Whitty.
Here, online.
Thank you. Commissioner de Blasi.
Here.
Commissioner McWilliams. Commissioner Moander.
Present.
Commissioner Sloan.
Yep.
Chair Thompson.
Here.
Commissioner Bayless.
Here.
Commissioner Vigil.
Here.
Chair Thompson, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Because we have several commissioners that are attending remotely, I have asked the public facilitation, Ms. Jones and Mr. Lopez, I'm sorry, to reflect on the minutes of the agenda who is attending remotely. So if any of the commissioners have concerns about that, let me know that. So we can just identify folks that are attending remotely. The next agenda item is approval of the agenda. Sorry, it's the agenda. So I would look for discussion and then we'll have a motion to approve the agenda. Commissioner Reinhardt.
Mr. Chairman, I just thought it might be a little better if we switched items 7 and 8. I think we want to figure out whether we're disposing the item if we decide when to have the hearings.
Concerned about the agenda. Okay, so I'd entertain a motion to approve.
Second.
Here's a second.
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Again, because we do have people attending remotely, rather than just do a voice vote, we're going to do a roll call. So
Could I get a confirmation of who made the motion and who made the second? You made the motion. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
yes,
The motion was to approve the agenda as amended or as is?
As amended.
And who made the second? Thank you. Okay. Okay, roll call on the approval of the amended agenda. Vice Chair Anderson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brankard,
Yes.
Commissioner Barunda,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Fry,
Yes.
Commissioner Kenny,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitty,
Yes.
Commissioner de Blasi,
Yes.
Commissioner Moander,
Yes.
Commissioner Sloan,
Yes.
Chair Thompson,
yes,
Commissioner Bayless,
Yes.
Commissioner Vigil.
Yes.
The amended agenda is approved.
thank you. Next is the agenda item number 3, which is the approval of the meeting minutes of our July 8th meeting. Any comments or corrections about? Any comments or corrections? Okay, I entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second, Commissioner Fry.
Approve the minutes. Vice Chair Anderson, your vote?
I'll abstain. I wasn't at the meeting.
Thank you. Commissioner Brankert,
Yes.
Commissioner Barunda,
Yes.
Commissioner Fry,
Yes.
Commissioner Kenny,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitty,
I was abstain. I was not present.
Commissioner DeLacy.
Abstain, not present.
Okay, Commissioner Moenda,
Yes.
Commissioner Sloan,
Stay not present.
Jeff Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Bayless,
Yes. Abstain.
Commissioner Vehil.
Yes.
Okay, Chair Thompson, we have 7 approvals and 5 abstentions. It passes.
So Ms. Jones' hesitation was, in order for the commission to take action, we have to have not just a quorum, but we also have to have 6 votes in favor of that particular agenda, that particular motion. And so we had 7, so it carried. Okay, agenda item number 4 is public comment. And this is an opportunity for the public to give us general comments not pertaining to meeting agenda items. I suspect, I know that there's quite a few folks that have signed in that would like to give comment remotely. But I would like to remind folks attending, we're not talking about the actual proposed rule today. What we're talking about are the motions to dismiss or otherwise deal with the proposed the procedures. So with that, we'll open it for public comments. We're going to limit everyone to 3 minutes, and Weeks and Ms. Jones will.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can I just ask a clarifying question? I know I see in the audience there's a number of legislators here today. Has the commission historically deferred to giving legislators an opportunity for public comment prior to the public, or is there any norm by which we would typically proceed?
That's a great question. In my experience, I believe this is the first time we've had legislators present, but I think it would be a courtesy to allow legislators to go first. Is that?
You know, Mr. Chair, I know the legislature tends to allow cabinet secretaries to go in public comment first, so I'm just trying to be thoughtful and reciprocal of that opportunity.
I think that's a great suggestion, and so we will do that. So if there are any legislators that would like to offer public comment on this, please identify yourself and come forward. State your name for the record. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Members, my name is Nathan Small. I represent House District 36 in Doña Ana County and also serve as the House Appropriations Chair. Mr. Chair, I've jumped right into my 3 minutes. I deeply appreciate the opportunity to share comments here today. What I want to summarize is that I'm particularly proud with many in this room, really with all in this room, during our time and during my time as chair, we've been, and vice chair, we've sent historic investments to our regulatory agencies, particularly with the New Mexico Environment Department, Energy Minerals, and many others. We have invested for a clear reason to protect the health and safety of the public, and in light of a remarkable expansion of both economic opportunity and also production in oil and gas, amongst many other areas. I was proud to send a letter to the commission, and I will reference one quick portion of that. Given the state of the science, the commitment of this legislature, and the strength and capacity of our New Mexico Environment Department and other state regulatory agencies, we trust the Water Quality Control Commission is well equipped to hear and rule on this petition. And I want to very much urge the commission to move forward in that manner. We've invested hundreds of millions of dollars in just this last session, made historic investments across a wide range of areas. We've set up legislation many times that relies upon the WQCC and your expertise, guided by and in partnership with our regulatory bodies. That investment is critical to protecting the health, safety, and welfare of New Mexicans. And hearing this petition and working through this process makes good on the investment that this legislature continues to make. I am very committed to continuing that work across a wide range of areas, including the surface water permitting process that we just set up this last session. And really, from, just to speak as clearly from the heart as possible, the state of our science, the state of our state, and our investments hinges on all of us going through and doing our jobs. And the WQCC has a very important job. I want to urge you to go forward with that job, to hear and to take extra time as you need to hear all sides of that, but stopping that job before it really even gets the chance to start on something that is so fundamental to New Mexicans as water quality and water quantity, I believe would be a very strong misstep and not live up to the responsibilities we all share, the duty that you all take on, and frankly, the opportunity that we all have together. So, Mr. Chair, I want to thank you. Would refer folks again to the letter for details on some of that funding, and look forward to, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. And I especially appreciate your supporting the commission.
Challenge.
Sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners. My name is Senator Harold Pope Jr. I represent District 23, Northwest Albuquerque, Bernalillo County. As a member of the New Mexico Legislature, I want to thank you for your service and commend the Commission's careful, science-driven work in adopting 20.6.8 NMAC, the Ground Surface Water Protection Supplemental Requirements for Water Reuse. Science and the voices of over 100 New Mexicans who showed up to defend our water and health. The Commission's clear conclusion that there is insufficient scientific support for the proposition that any discharges of treated or untreated produced water would be protective of ground or surface water was a product of substantial expert testimony, legal briefing, and public engagement, one that rightly prioritizes public health and environmental safety over industry pressure. That's why I strongly urge you to reject the recent petition by the Water Access Treatment Reuse Alliance. This petition is effectively a repackaged motion by many of the same parties, including Chevron, Occidental, ConocoPhillips, who already had a full and fair opportunity to present their case. Reopening this issue.
I would ask everybody who's attending remotely to please be sure that your microphones are muted. Thank you.
Reopening this issue undermines the democratic process and disrespects the public's investment of time and trust. There has been no new peer-reviewed or publicly disclosed scientific evidence that has been presented. All right. There is no new peer-reviewed or publicly disclosed scientific evidence that has been presented to justify revisiting this matter. The rule's built-in 2030 sunset provision already provides room for future scientific advances through appropriate legal and regulatory channels. Meanwhile, NMOGA's appeal to the New Mexico Court of Appeals is the proper path, not endless relitigation here that wastes state resources and erodes public confidence. New Mexicans deserve a rulemaking process grounded in scientific rigor and fairness, and a government that honors their participation rather than allowing special interests to continuously revive settled matters until they get their way. I urge you to protect our state's precious water resources, our communities, and the integrity of this process by dismissing the Water Alliance petition outright. I also want to add that yesterday a letter was sent asking for this petition to be dismissed as well, that was signed on by 25 members of the New Mexico legislature, and want to make that part of the record. Thank you.
Thank you. In the future, we'd prefer not to have interruptions like that, but are there any other legislators that would like to address the commission? Okay, let's go on with public comment. If you'd line up in the center line, and again, we're limiting you to 3 minutes. We'd ask you to state your name, and that's probably sufficient, but thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Camilla Feibelman. I'm the director of the Sierra Club Rio Grande chapter, representing over 30,000 members and supporters in New Mexico and West Texas. Over the last months, we've been represented by Western Environmental Law Center in the case where this commission just prohibited the discharge of produced water to ground or surface water. We invested hundreds of hours in research, witness testimony, cross-examination, public participation, and even an appeal of an unsubstantiated exception to the prohibition. The members of this board, based on sound science presented by NMED staff and our witnesses, voted unanimously to support the prohibition. And now, in a profound end run of the comprehensive process, we are confronted with an industry-powered redo. This is an industry drowning in wastewater. Even Texas doesn't want this wastewater. You can't inject it all because it causes earthquakes. If this industry can't operate without putting our communities and our water at risk, we have to do some serious self-consideration. Where are the NMED scientists? What are the members of the commission who never once appeared in the last proceeding? In fact, 5 of you had to abstain to approving the minutes because you weren't here. This case has moved so quickly that we haven't even been able to seek proper representation in this case. Not only that, but the legislature thus far has said no to allowing the reuse of oil and gas produced water outside oil and gas operations. So there is no legislative underpinning for what is being proposed here. This is a rulemaking that was just done. Please don't cut out science and the people and let the rule that you just passed stand for the 5 years that it is in rule. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Bruce. My name is James Langenbrunner. I'm the president of the Acequia del Barranco Alto, part of the Pojoaque Valley Irrigation District And may I please admit to you that I'm ignorant and ask you how I might ask a few questions, if you would let me. Does the Water Quality Commission, do you do your own measurements, scientific measurements?
This is really an opportunity for public
Okay.
comment, not
Good. Okay. So
dialogue.
then thank you. And maybe you can eventually tell me when I can learn these answers. I would like to know what you test for, if there are cancerous elements that you test for. I was a nuclear physicist in Los Alamos National Lab, so I know what they test for. That's all I have to say, except to thank you for your service. And I will educate myself and teach my pacientes. And thank you for your time. And I'll be looking forward to meeting you.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name's Sarah Canope, and I'm a policy specialist with Amigos Bravos, which is a statewide water quality protection and restoration organization guided by social justice principles and dedicated to preserving the ecological and cultural integrity of New Mexico's water. The essence of the rule that you're being asked to consider is to allow the oil and gas industry to discharge treated produced water. It's not about science. It's not about developing treatment, since the rule that you all spent the last 18 months promulgating already allows for pilot projects. We've heard time and time again that the science is almost there. So why not wait to make a new rule until there's peer-reviewed scientific data that produced water can be treated at scale? Which experts could we possibly rely on to objectively evaluate the state of the science? Probably the scientists at our own environment department, but they won't be putting on expert testimony to evaluate the safety of the regulations in this rule. We should not be considering a rule in which we will not hear from the scientists of NMED as a party. The implied argument of the rule is that testing and monitoring will protect human public health and the environment. However, the testing regime proposed is only for about 350 contaminants. Commissioners will remember testimony in the last rulemaking that over 1,100 constituents were identified in some of the samples of produced water. We simply don't know what's in it, and that's in large part because industry is not required to disclose at this point yet. A look at the contaminants in the appendix of the rule, if one looks at them, it should give us all pause, because many of these contaminants, if accidentally discharged or if discharged at all, such as uranium, but also many others, the effects of that would not be able to be reversed. And we all know what happens in this state when we rush to do things that haven't been properly tested. Everyone in this room knows where this rule is coming from. It's a rule about the profits of the oil and gas industry. It's not about solutions. I personally think that water should be treated if possible. And I think that NMED scientists, in profound consultation with communities, should evaluate the proposed treatment technologies. While the science is still not there, there's also a simple enough partial solution to the problem that industry is using hundreds of thousands of acres, over 300,000 acres of water for fracking, and 40% of this comes from our freshwater resources. We should put a regulation in place to stop them from using freshwater until they're recycling more than 90% of their own fracking water. We should not be having a conversation about discharge until industry is recycling all their water and not extracting from our aquifers. Thank you.
Good morning, Jeanette Iscat, San Miguel County, Villanueva, New Mexico. This is I would like to thank the commissioners and the chair for the opportunity to speak again. This is my 5th time coming out to here and to Albuquerque about this issue. I'm not coming from the science perspective. I know there are people here who can speak much more eloquently about that than I can. I am coming here to speak about the water. I had the privilege this weekend of being on my acequia, the San Miguel del Vado North Ditch, with my community members picking lavender. I'll leave some for any of my fellow citizens who are here to speak. It's a reminder that this agua es vida, water is life. We do not have the water to spare. I may be new to New Mexico, which is like 16 years, so I just showed up, but I have never seen a state that is so aware of water. This is a place where we walk outside and we thank you for the rain. We know that from Pueblo culture. We know that from Hispano culture. We know that from settler culture. Water is precious here, and we see it being stolen by gas and oil. We see them paying far less than they should, stealing fresh, clean water for their profits. They do not care about New Mexico. They will take what they can. They will extract all that they can from every living creature here. So we are here to say thank you for what you have done over the last 2 years against the oil and gas industry, against how they have been pushing their junk science for this state. And we ask that you continue to hold the line for all of us. I don't know if you are all, born here all your life or not, but I would say, right, you know how precious water is, how people have been fighting. We are in the middle of water wars. Let us not be unaware of that. We know that that is the single biggest issue, and it is the one thing we cannot live without. Everything grows from water, including us. So I thank you for your time. I thank my fellow citizens for showing up today. I thank those of you online who are going to make comment as well. Keep up your good fight and keep up that fight for water. She's precious.
Mr. Chairman and commissioners, thank you all for hearing from us today. I am no longer a legislator, but I am the statewide elected official responsible for our 13 million acres of public state trust land, 2 million of which is leased up in the eastern part of our state for oil and gas development. So I know this issue quite well. You may remember that in 2019, my office issued a ban on no more fresh water sales for oil and gas use in the oil field. And that came directly from New Mexicans who understand that while we have a water crisis, the answer is not to buy a waste product. And I think we need to, what I would suggest that we start to do is a renaming of exactly what we're talking about. To me, the term treated produced water sounds a little bit purposely innocuous. What we are talking about is the waste product from an industrial process. And until PFAS and radioactive constituents are safely removed and dealt with from this waste product, I will continue to be calling it a toxic waste product. We created an entire new office at the State Land Office just to deal with the environmental degradation on state trust land from a number of industries, including the oil and gas industry. And believe it or not, oil spills is not the bulk of what we deal with. It's actually produced water spills. And if you've never seen what a produced water spill can do, I would invite you to come to our office or go out and take a look in the field for yourselves. While I thank the commission for everything that you've done thus far and all of your deliberations, I would just ask you, what's the rush? Continue to deliberate, continue to take time, because until, I would ask until a high-ranking oil and gas industry official is willing to drink a glass of treated produced water, it should not be discharged back onto our land in New Mexico. Thank you.
And
Ma'am, would you state your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Stephanie Garcia Richard.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Thompson and commissioners. My name is Barbara Grothus, and I'm here because of the petition submitted by WATR. This petition is not about protecting New Mexico's water future. Like produced water, this petition is a nasty combination of unpalatable elements, primarily political pressure and industry influence, in an effort to undo a decision this commission already made based on science. WATR is not a grassroots alliance of concerned citizens. It's a coalition of oil and gas behemoths, their lobbyists, and water treatment companies looking to profit by selling toxic waste as recycled water while promising to provide these same polluters positive exposure to the public, academia, and government agencies. Their goal is to eliminate their biggest liability, billions of gallons of highly toxic fracking wastewater, without paying the real cost of safe disposal and leaving the toxic mess for taxpayers to clean up. The governor has been heavily promoting produced water reuse and what she calls strategic water supply. The legislature said no, so she's been pushing her agencies and commissions to force it through. This very commission nearly advanced a revised rule written by industry and the administration that would have repurposed the Produced Water Act to allow closed loop pilot projects to advance without permits. It failed because the public caught it and exposed it, which is why we're here again today. The rule you passed this year is under appeal by some of the same groups behind WATR. In addition, they expect you to rehear their same issue in a new proceeding. Why should they be permitted to demand a redo by forcing themselves on you after already being told no? Industry and the governor's office want you to serve their agenda. Don't give in to pressure to rewrite science and undermine the public trust. You should be proud of the good science-based decision you made after 18 months of hearings, evidence, and public participation. It was a win for public health and the environment. They should not have to be told no again. We have caught them again. Deny WATR's petition. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Commission, as well as those that are here to give public comment. My name is Rebecca Sobel, and I am the campaign manager for Wild Earth Guardians. We're all here today because the oil and gas industry has pulled the trigger on its long game, dumping toxic radioactive fracking waste into New Mexico's lands, rivers, and onto our food supply. They call it produced water. But let's be honest, it's not water. It's a hazardous cocktail laced with PFAS, benzene, radioactive materials, and trade secret chemicals that the public isn't even allowed to know about. And thanks to a federal loophole, it's exempt from our nation's hazardous waste laws. Here's the reality. In New Mexico, this waste spills every 7 hours, thousands of times a year, and neither industry nor regulators can keep it contained. Now the same players who can't stop dumping it on the ground want permission to put it into our rivers and farms. Make no mistake, this is not water reuse. This is hazardous waste disposal dressed up as water policy, pushed by an industry with a long track record of malfeasance, from hiding chemical data to pressuring regulators behind closed doors. The Water Alliance spent 9 months crafting this 46-page technical rule. The public gets a few short weeks. That's not consultation. That's collusion. And it's happening with zero tribal consultation, no independent science proving this waste can be treated safely for discharge. You have a choice. Slow down this reckless rush, demand real science, require tribal consultation, and protect New Mexicans' rights to clean water, safe food, and informed consent. Or side with corporations who see our state as their dumping ground. The people of New Mexico will remember whether you stood with our communities or with the corporations that are poisoning them. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioner Thompson and Water Quality Control Commission. My name is Sharon Argenbright. I'm a nurse, Master's of Science prepared, retired Air Force. The escalating climate crisis, warming temperatures, federal administration environmental regulations off the rails, our air is contaminated. You can help us retain what purity we still have in our New Mexico waters. Please allow the people to manage our resources. Allow thinking outside the box. Instead of replacing the lid on my septic tank when heavy equipment inadvertently collapsed it, I upped the ante by replacing the lid and installing a multi-flow residential water purification systems. 100% of the water that comes out of the well into my house is reused. I water my aspen trees, all 80 of them, who shade the planet and suck up excess CO2. Please, if a private citizen can do this, why cannot our cities and towns utilize multi-flow systems and multiply the reuse of civic wastewater on a grand scale? Can you see the trees and gardens and fresh fruits and veggies all with 100% recycled water? Do not let the industry, who is still destroying the planet, have a handout. Do not allow the continuation of planetary desecration. Please be the leaders in this arid climate to show the rest of the world how we do this. Water quality and conservation. The answer to New Mexico oil and gas is no again. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, good morning. My name is Carlos Matutes. I am the New Mexico State Director for Green Latinos. We are a national organization dedicated to fighting for environmental justice for Latina communities and other communities of color. I'd like to thank the Commission for a year and a half of deep, deep work, of honest research. And just weeks ago, this Commission has put out a prohibition against the reuse of fracking wastewater. And now the WATR Alliance, made up, I've done a little bit of research on their board, representatives from organizations, companies like Occidental, who have recently dumped tens of thousands of barrels of oil and waste on New Mexico. And these are the people that we want to guide policy. The prohibition against the reuse of fracking wastewater sundowns after 5 years. That gives us a 5-year runway. If by some miracle, the industry is able to produce realistic scientific evidence that they are able to safely and efficiently filter, treat, and clean this wastewater for reuse, let's re-examine it in 5 years. But this commission has done the work for 18 months, and I am deeply grateful. And I really hope that this petition is ignored because we have already done the work. Thank you very much for your service.
Commissioners, my name is John Klingel. I've been a resident of New Mexico for almost 50 years. I also spent over 10 winters as a pipeline inspector in the Prudhoe Bay oil field and gas fields in northern Alaska. I am opposed to allowing any produced water, treated or untreated, into the surface waters or the upper aquifers in New Mexico. In northern Alaska, all produced water is reinjected into deep wells. I believe any produced water reaching the surface of the ground there would be considered a significant spill with immediate cleanup required and possibly accompanied by steep fines. I understand that during previous hearings on this subject, there was considerable technical testimony regarding why allowing produced water into the surface waters in Mexico was a stupid idea. Based on that evidence, you correctly concluded it would be wrong to allow produced water into the surface waters. I have a couple of questions for this commission. Number one, why is the Environment Department not providing testimony? Where did that order or direction come from? As a taxpayer, part of my money goes to ensuring that state agencies have the expertise to do their job. Part of the Environment Department's job is to protect the waters of New Mexico. That job includes providing expertise on the effects of proposals like this. Where are they? Secondly, why another hearing on the same subject shortly after the previous hearings and decision? Is there new information? Or was it oil and gas didn't like the decision? Something does not smell right to me as a taxpayer and a citizen. I hope here's some answers to these questions. Thank you.
Again, I'd like to ask the audience to refrain from demonstrating their opinions one way or another.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Douglas Mickelchon. I work on water quality issues for Conservation Voters New Mexico. Conservation Voters urges you to grant the motion that was filed by the Western Environmental Law Center to reconsider your decision about holding a hearing on the petition filed by WATR Alliance and to dismiss that petition. As a number of other speakers have pointed out, leading with Senator Pope, the science in this matter has not changed since you adopted the regulation that prohibits discharges of produced water both to ground and surface water. The other thing that's not changed, that has not been mentioned yet, is your obligation to protect New Mexico's groundwater and surface water. That obligation remains your primary responsibility. And if you grant this request for a hearing by the WATR Alliance and you go ahead with this, you will be violating that obligation. Conservation Voters New Mexico urges you not to do that. Thank you very much.
Chairman and members of the commission, my name is Shelley Manlev. I am the Executive Director of Healthy Climate New Mexico. I'm also a longtime public health professional here in New Mexico, and I'm a mother. I'm here, you have heard many arguments and strong statements, and I just want to highlight again, you spent a year and a half with public comments, extensive research input from NMED scientists to address this issue, and now weeks, very, very short period of time are coming again, and I urge you to dismiss this petition. From a public health perspective, as one of my colleagues shared, there are so many risks, PFAS, radioactive contaminants, and then all of those unknown chemicals which the industry is not required to disclose that we have no ability to measure at this point in time. The rule that you passed just a short time ago allowed for 5 years of continued study, and we will see at the end of that time, you'll have the opportunity in a careful, science-based public health approach to consider this rule. We cannot take the risk for our children. We know that water is life, and there's no such thing as produced water. Fresh water is a gift of life. It's the source of life. We cannot produce clean water. What we need to do is deal with this fracking wastewater in ways that have been demonstrated to provide as much protection as possible. Stay the course with this rule, and please, please allow science, public health to guide your decisions to protect our water quality. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Chairman, Water Quality Control Commission. I appreciate the work that you guys do, and I have been following many of the cases, and I've noticed a great improvement in the ethical standards as well as the cooperation with the New Mexico Environment Department and the Office of the State Engineer in the previous years. When I'm following this case here, I believe this is the most vital case for the future of New Mexico water security and for the health of our people. My name is Samuel Pearson, and I'm a resident of Santa Fe County. I'm here today out of great concern for the health of all the people in the great state of New Mexico, for our shared sources of groundwater, and for our ecosystems and public waterways. I'm the grandson of a pipeline and oil field engineer who developed much of the infrastructure in Texas, the United States, and Europe. I was once a student of the Santa Fe Community College Biofuel Center of Excellence, and I learned a few things about produced water, its hazards, and the issue of treatment in that program. First, I'd like to point out the nomenclature, which may be misleading. The harmless sounding produced water is often called hydraulic fracturing fluid. Most often, the chemical additives therein are kept secret, allegedly for protection of proprietary intellectual property. However, I've always been suspicious of this narrative. This fluid will always contain abrasive propellants like silica or various sands, usually benzene-based surfactants, biocides like disinfectants and algicides, and various petroleum lubricants, as well as acids used both for permeation and as scale inhibitors. All of that is before the fluid is run through the hydraulic fracturing process, where it picks up countless other compounds, of greatest concern being heavy metals that are very often radioactive, in addition to more petroleum hydrocarbons and amounts of whatever else the fluid may come into contact with. The produced water is theoretically treatable, but in practice, it has never or very seldom been handled with appropriate diligence. Based on previous proposals by the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association, their intention has always been to find ways to dispose of this fluid in ways that affect public water security without proper handling or treatment, and in many cases, in ways that would allow them to consume more and more of New Mexico's precious freshwater supply. This fluid byproduct has very seldom, if ever, been handled responsibly, considering its contents in any area, but in a water-scarce area like New Mexico, it is too important not to handle this substance with appropriate care. The underground disposal of hydraulic fracturing fluid or produced water has contaminated the aquifers that many populations have relied on for drinking water around the globe, which has surely caused countless health issues. The reuse above ground and in areas where it may contaminate surface waterways can be equally, if not more, problematic. Why would we allow substances?
Excuse me, Mr. Pearson,
Yes.
that's your 3 minutes.
Oh, all right, thank you. I ask you to reject the petition.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members. My name is Jennifer Rainey. I am the Deputy Director of the Petroleum Recovery Research Center at New Mexico Tech University in Socorro. Since about the time we were introduced to broadband internet decades ago, PRRC was studying and treating produced water, developing innovative solutions to technical challenges faced around the globe. Our patented filtration technology, like the one I'm holding here, is installed in 3 locations across New Mexico, including the Navajo Nation and Navajo Tech University. This is capable of treating thousands of gallons of unusable water per day into standards that are cleaner than tap water, certainly cleaner than my faucet in Socorro. This is designed to be scaled up at a commercial level and tested, but we cannot do so because we face policy roadblocks. Under current state restrictions, this treated water must go down a disposal well in an arid, water-starved landscape, not used for fighting fires, enabling geothermal projects, or operating the cooling towers for data centers that are so often proposed throughout this region. In a state that so desperately needs this resource, the PRRC seeks to test and scale up the water treatment technology already being commercially utilized in states like California and in countries around the globe. Science is often under attack and met with irrelevant or unsubstantiated arguments. I ask you to please listen to your scientists and my colleagues behind me, the men and women who have dedicated their careers in research to this cause. Please use your common sense and good reasoning to allow the state to deploy our science and improve upon this technology to deliver this precious commodity that every single one of us needs to thrive. This can be done. With your support over time, we can make this more affordable and accessible for the communities who need it most. We stand in support of this petition. Thank you.
Morning, Chair and members of the commission. Thank you very much for having me here. My name is David Hansen. I'm Assistant Vice President for Research at the University of New Mexico. I'm here today to talk to you really about an opportunity that I hope we keep having opportunities to talk to you about in the future. UNM is leading a statewide, region-wide area
Dr.
effort.
Hansen, let me just interrupt for a second. Someone's online, their mic is not muted. Please be sure that your microphone's muted. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're leading an effort that involves the entire Navajo Nation, entire state of New Mexico, and part of for Western Texas to go after funding from the National Science Foundation for up to $160 million to use the best science and technologies to solve problems that are critical to our communities and that can actually drive economic growth. We work with our communities and our partners across the state, over 50 institutions now. You can see this at energizedwatershed.org if people would like to look at it. They to come up with the critical issues, one of them being the most important one being water and water security and energy security in our state and in our region. And our goal in that is to bring together and bridge community needs and science and technology and government efforts with industry partners to actually do economic growth and solve the problems our community wants us to do. Cleaning up water sources using understanding, developing the technologies we need for brackish water and produced water and other sources to be able to do that in ways that are actually going to benefit our communities in the ways the communities want is the goal of what we're doing. We were happy to say we've already received the first award from the National Science Foundation, recognizing the efforts there and support from the state and legislature and executive branch through the Technology Enhancement Fund to work and keep building this coalition and improve our proposal. We are currently in the semifinalist stage of the last 29 out of over 300 competing for this $160 million. And we need to be able to work with groups like this to create policy and move policy forward that is going to both meet our community's needs in ways that they need to meet it and to actually grow the economy by having markets that we can do that with. So and thank you for your time to testify, and really thank you for your work. I hope to be here a bunch before you in the next few years. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I'm Patricia Sullivan. I'm Associate Dean with the College of Engineering at New Mexico State University. I wanted to share that I'm a native New Mexican. I value and appreciate the concerns that have been made as a public safety for the human health of citizens. But over the past 5 years, New Mexico State universities and researchers here at my colleagues at New Mexico Tech and UNM have worked aggressively to advance a coordinated science-based pathway to characterize, treat, and beneficially reuse produced water to advance in the use of alternative water resources in fit-for-purpose applications, and more importantly, preserve freshwater resources for potable use. With over 24 peer-reviewed publications, our research has built a comprehensive chemical and toxicological baseline for Permian and San Juan Basin produced water, demonstrated pilot and bench scale that can achieve non-toxic effluents, quantified fit-for-purpose demand, economics, and decision support frameworks for reuse, mapped regulatory risk and public perception barriers with practical pathways for implementation, and more importantly, ensured that our research continues to focus on the public health and safety of New Mexico citizens. We feel that these studies have shown that safe reuse is technically achievable when the integrated treatment process is focused on fit-for-purpose applications and is designed to specifically remove constituents that are toxic, such as salts, volatile, semi-volatile organics, ammonia, and metals. Our research continues to be peer-reviewed at national levels with journal articles that are highly recognized. We stand in favor of moving forward with this petition.
Honorable Chairperson, members of the Commission, my name is Miguel Acosta, and I'm here on behalf of EarthCare. We're a community-based organization that's been fighting to protect our youth and families for years, and we've been in this room before. First, I want to say, Commissioners, you did good work last year. After 18 months of hearings, science, testimony, and robust public participation, you passed a rule based on the facts, on the law, and on your mission to protect our water. You heard the evidence, you saw the data, and you decided that letting treated or untreated produced water into our rivers, lakes, or aquifers was a risk we simply couldn't take, and you were right. And let's be real, you know this stuff is dangerous. You heard it in testimony, it will make people sick. It will poison the environment, it will harm plants, animals, and communities. And it doesn't just go away. The toxins build up over time, and you've already decided that the risk wasn't worth it. So why are we here again? Because some folks, the same folks, that very same industry players who already appealed your decision in court, now want you to rehear the whole thing like the last 18 months never happened. If that's how this works, then what's to stop us from doing the same? If EarthCare didn't like the fact that the rule still allows pilot projects, which we don't, by the way, could we file a petition and ask you to redo the whole thing? Would you give us a mulligan? Somehow I doubt it. There's a legal concept for this, collateral estoppel, which basically means you don't get 2 bites of the apple just because you didn't like the first one. This rule is already under appeal. The petition is just another attempt to undermine your decisions and the process you ran so well. You can stand up strong against the industry pressure and against the governor's administration, which has been pushing produced water use and so-called strategic water supply for years without getting their way in the legislature. We are all watching, and we're counting on you to do the right thing. Protect the integrity of your own process, protect the science you based your decision on, and most importantly, protect our water. Please reject WATR's petition. Thank you. And sir, our next speaker, she also from our organization, she lost her voice last night and she wanted me to read her statement, if that's okay, because she worked hard on it.
Please give us her name as well.
Her name is Miriam Ruevano. Buenos días, presidente y miembros de la comisión. Me llamo Miriam Ruevano, soy una orgullosa madre de 3 hijos y trabajadora comunitaria de salud. Estoy aquí hoy porque quiero asegurarme de que la voz de mi comunidad esté representada. Mi comunidad está compuesta por inmigrantes y padres. Muchos de los trabajadores de la industria petrolera son inmigrantes. Muchos son padres. Como trabajadores tenemos derecho a la seguridad. Sabemos que muchos de los empleos que nuestra comunidad ocupa son peligrosos. Las compañías petroleras no brindan la protección adecuada. Recortan costos porque siempre buscan maximizar sus ganancias. Cuando los trabajadores están expuestos a sustancias químicas peligrosas, corren un gran riesgo. También ponen en riesgo a sus hijos. Los desechos líquidos que las compañías quieren reutilizar y liberar al medio ambiente no solo contienen cientos de sustancias químicas peligrosas, sino que también son radioactivas. La radiación es algo que uno lleva a casa con su familia, se acumula, matará a nuestra gente. No está bien que los trabajadores sean tratados como si fueran desechables. No está bien que nuestras familias sean tratadas como si fueran desechables. Esto está mal y solo tienen que preguntarse, ¿permitiría que esto siguiera adelante si fueran mis hijos quienes manipularan esta agua? Antes de que existieran normas de salud y seguridad comprobadas para su tratamiento, querría que experimentaran conmigo, que me experimentaran con mis hijos. Esta comisión reconoce que no hay fundamento científico para esta propuesta. No podemos arriesgar la salud de los trabajadores y nuestras familias. Por favor, rechacen esta petición. Gracias.
Hello, Chairman and members of the Commission. I'm Victoria Judy, and I'm here as a spokesperson for YACA, Youth United for Climate Crisis Action, representing hundreds of young people and supporters from around our state, including in the Permian Basin. As young people, we're becoming very frustrated with how undemocratic this process has been. We believe that the truth matters and that should be shared with the public. Y'all are charged to serve as commissioners for the public good, and we can see that there's some shady behind the scenes laundry that we need to air out. We want to know why after 18 months of robust rulemaking, this commission would undo the good work that it just did. We have a rule about reuse. The stakeholder groups represented in the Water Alliance participated along with other stakeholders. Many experts and other members of the public, including our members, informed that rule. This reminds me of how in April, out of nowhere, this commission almost threw out all of the evidence proceeding to pass a draft rule that would have gone against the guardrails in the Produce Water Act. Thank goodness that train wreck was prevented, but it felt very similar. It felt like rather than science, due process, and transparency, pressure was applied to this commission from the current administration and its industry partners to define and undermine democracy. This commission is charged with the responsibility to protect our water by putting in place water quality standards to protect us against pollution. The public is watching. The young people are watching. We all hope that you will prove to us that democracy does matter, that law does matter, and this body is actually capable of standing up against the corruption and coercion being attempted here. Thank you.
My name is Savannah, and I'm with Yucca as well. Why are we bailing out the oil and gas industry from their waste problem? They make billions of dollars off the oil and gas they extract from our lands here in New Mexico. They already dump and spill their waste, abandon wells, and pollute our air with their methane. Now we are going to bend the rules to let them deregulate our water so they can pollute our so they can pollute it with their radioactive and toxic waste. According to the state's own data, New Mexico oil and gas operations generated over 106 billion gallons of produced water in 2024, up from 67 billion gallons in 2021. That's a 60% increase in just 3 years. If you want a visual, that's enough toxic waste to fill about 160,000 Olympic-sized swimming pools. The thing is that the industry doesn't know what to do with it. They've already maxed out injection wells, and we've seen earthquakes linked to disposal. So now, instead of paying the true cost of managing their own hazardous waste, they want to dump it on New Mexicans by calling it treated water and sending it into our rivers, onto our crops, and into our communities. We've been here before. You just spent 18 months listening to the science, hearing from experts, and reviewing evidence that the technology does not exist to make this waste safe for human or environmental exposure. You passed a rule that reflected that reality. And now, not even a year later, here comes the industry again with a petition to undo the work you did just to solve their waste problem at our expense. I'm asking you to stand strong. Their waste problem is not ours to solve. Vote no on this petition.
Morning, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Patrick Jaramillo. I am a comerciante, Sequia de los Garcias, farmer. I'm also the co-director of the New Mexico, the AFS, the American Friends Service Committee's New Mexico program. I really can't believe that I'm here today. This is a little bit, I'll keep my comments short. I'm not going to comment on the toxicity of this waste. Nothing has changed. This toxic sludge produced by this industry has not gotten safer. The science has not improved to treat this, but my comments are here on this process. This is just a despicable attempt to undermine the public institutions, to undo the work that this commission and all the public did, simply because this industry was not happy with the result. We can't allow some of the most entitled actors in our state to just throw money at the problem and undermine the integrity of our public institutions and to dismiss the will of the people at the expense of our public health. So I urge this process it would be a joke if it wasn't so serious. So I urge you to dismiss this petition. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. My name is Paula Garcia, and I'm the Executive Director of the New Mexico Acequia Association. We're a statewide organization of acequias and community ditches that work to protect water in our acequias and to revitalize agriculture through education and advocacy. We were actively involved in your previous rulemaking, where you spent 18 months engaged in a rigorous rulemaking process. And we learned a great deal. And we understand that your conclusion was that it was not safe to discharge treated fracking wastewater into our land and water. And today we're here on a petition from that industry, the richest industry in the world, that would serve to benefit from the shortcut that's being proposed, in which they are proposing that you undo the very rule that you adopted for the public good. And in that rule, it prohibits discharge into land and water. It allows for pilot projects and a revisiting of the rule in 5 years. It was a reasoned and incremental approach to policy that we think accounted for a lot of our concerns, but also allows the science to do its thing. And we hear from scientists today that they're making progress, and we ask that you maintain that incremental approach and consider that there are toxic and radioactive substances in that water, and be rigorous in looking at the science, hearing from the testimony of experts. And you have the pilot projects if that's what you want to do going forward for New Mexico. The industry has already been using treated fracking wastewater in their wells for fracking, and you were entrusted by the legislature to make sure that this was safe for the rest of the state outside of the oil field. And you were entrusted to make sure that it would be safe before it was discharged. And in your rule, you deemed that it was not safe to do that yet. What's changed in one or a few months? The science isn't different. The waste is still toxic. We think that you should reject this petition, approve the motion by Western Environmental Law Center, and protect our land and water, which is what you've been entrusted to do as regulators. And if it is approved, it will violate that trust and that responsibility to protect our water for future generations. Because if you dump PFAS into our land and water, our waterways, in which all water is connected, the water that flows in our rivers ends up in our aquifers. It becomes our drinking water. It becomes our irrigation water. It can't be contained once you let it out. So this is a very serious matter. We're on the cusp of a very big and profound change in water policy in New Mexico, and you've been entrusted with that decision. So we ask you to reject this petition, leave your current rule in place that all of us participated in good faith, and we hope that you act accordingly. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Thank you.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Lola Moonfrog. I've came to New Mexico in 1970. I've lived in or around Santa Fe since 1981, and I love this state. I want to ask that we keep being very, very careful about the industry partners that we have in this state. It's obvious to me that we're financially a little bit dependent on oil and gas. I don't think that's a good idea to keep on going that way. This produced water idea to me allows the oil and gas industry to keep going. We need to find something else, no matter how financially dependent we have been for producing financial resources for the state. It's great that some science is being dedicated to trying to find out what to do with this waste, but I think we all know what the science has been of the tobacco industry. I'd like to call attention again to the Permian Basin in New Mexico's eastern part. We know that there have been more seismic events there, maybe small, but more. These are earthquakes, okay? This is from the fracking, from the oil and gas wells. We need to beware of all of this. And that's pretty much what I have to say. I just hope that you will keep your steadfastness. I am grateful to you. I think that the produced water isn't safe yet. Maybe it will never be safe. It's obvious that we have not done a good job of being able to control the consequences of oil and gas, the consequences of nuclear energy. And like I said, the science where it's at now may be very much like the science promoted by the tobacco industry. And I urge you, please, to stay steadfast in your ruling. This is how I think we, the people, would like to see it. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commission. My name is Vidal Gonzalez, and I'm the Director of Policy and Planning at the New Mexico Acequia Association. I oppose allowing this petition to move forward when this commission has already finalized a rule to oppose the discharge of produced water. This is a risk to public health, our acequias, and the waters that sustain our communities. I'm also a tribal member of Santa Clara Pueblo, and today is actually our feast day. And on our feast day, we're praying to bring the rain, to bring water, to bring health, to bring wellness, to bring happiness, to not just our Pueblo, but to everybody here in New Mexico. And to be able to sit here on my Pueblo's feast day, when this commission has already passed a rule stating that this discharge of produced water shouldn't be allowed, is despicable. And with that being said, I urge this commission to keep this in mind and make sure that you all are keeping our communities and our people and the wellness of New Mexico in mind. Thank you.
Good morning, Water Quality Control Commission Chair and Commissioners. I am Monica Rodriguez. I'm a mother and a grandmother, and I sit on the New Mexico Land Grant Council as a commissioner. I am the secretary to the San Joaquin del Rio de Chama Land Grant, and I also work for New Mexico Acequia Association. Somos gente de la tierra. I am a Nuevo Mexicana. And what that means is when we have a difficult or any decision to make, we look to nature, we look to the earth, we look to the water to guide us and help us make those decisions. And 18 months ago, you guys made a difficult and hard decision. And we're asking you to stand by that decision. And these are things you guys already know. You've been selected for this commission for your expertise and for your knowledge. The technology to treat produced water safely does not exist at the scale the industry proposes. PFAS, or forever chemicals, and other toxins in produced water pose serious risks to public health and ecosystems, and hundreds of chemicals in fracking wastewater have no water quality standards in New Mexico. You also know that the transparency is lacking. The industry keeps about 11% of chemical components secret from the public. It's your responsibility to protect clean water for all of Nuevo Mexicanos, because we're tired of being the dumping site for waste and poison in our water and in our earth. We urge you to say, ya basta, enough, and reject this petition from the industry. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Joaquin Romero. I come to you as a member of Communities for Clean Water, an acequia parciante who grows food with water, but also as a young person who doesn't want to worry about what's in my water. You have done your due diligence. You have the science, you received our public input. The ink has not even dried from the last rules making, yet it seems members of the oil industry and other interests are still not satisfied. Water is a sacred component that every living being needs. Water is life for all of us. Produced wastewater is not life. In fact, it is the opposite. That has been contaminated by hundreds of chemicals and by the insatiable greed of the few. It is the duty of public institutions such as yourself to be our advocates, a public trust to protect us from the sinkhole of corporate interest. I urge you to reject this petition for our communities and our future generations, including myself, where I want my children to have clean water. Do not make me lose faith in our institutions. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commission members. My name is Michael Swearingen. I'm a science teacher. I teach biology, earth science, and the science of global warming. Why are we here today? Because the oil and gas industry has a huge fracking problem. Oceans of toxic fracking waste. How big? I'll say it twice. 300 million gallons every day. 300 million gallons every day of toxic wastewater. We ship half of this to Texas. That's very expensive, and it's going to get more expensive. I figure, why Texas? They don't protect their citizens and their environment as well as New Mexico. Thank you for your correct decision after 18 months of work and expert testimony. The oil and gas industry claims they can clean this fracking wastewater and safely reuse it. Bull. There are over 1,000 chemicals in fracking wastewater, and we have to be able to account for them all to make sure they're not in the cleaned water. I have a little thought experiment. This is basically what the oil and gas industry is saying. I have a bunch of pills here, red, green, and blue pills. I'd like you to take them. They're safe. You can trust us. And if you take them, of course, we save $1 billion a year. That's why they're bringing this up again. Please reject their proposal to reopen this, something that you correctly litigated once before. Thank you.
Hello, Chairman Thompson and board. My name is Pat Florence, and I'm a third-generation native New Mexican. I have a very strong interest in both the environment of New Mexico and the economy of New Mexico. I understand the dilemma between the two. There's a balancing act that you all are helping to balance. And you decided a month ago how a balance should be on a particular issue. I'm a trained hydrogeologist. I went to graduate school at UNM, and I understand the science of it. I understand the scientists who've been here from New Mexico Tech and New Mexico State have a lot of science saying they can clean the water and they can do things. I'm sure the science was before you, and I know that you all are capable people. I mean, I don't want to belittle you and say I know more than you, because I don't know more than you about this issue. You studied it for months and months, a year and a half. And I hope the science that the scientists who were here a few minutes ago talking to you, I hope that's not the first time you've heard about that science. Because I don't think anything new has come out in the last month. I'm also an attorney, and I wonder how you're rehearing this issue. My thought about this is, if you do rehear issues over and over and over when somebody doesn't like your results of what happens, then if you do rehear this issue, which I will urge you just on procedural grounds, you shouldn't be hearing this issue. Again, there are other means to appeal decisions that you make if people don't like your decisions. I'm wondering how you're hearing this issue. I will research that, because if I don't like any decisions you make, I hope you will hear my petitions to rehear the issues. And I can easily form a coalition of the thousands and thousands of people in New Mexico and the many, many grassroots organizations who will appeal any issue you ever make that they don't like. I mean, I don't understand this. It's beyond me. And again, I'm a hydrogeologist and an attorney. I don't get what you're doing. Regardless of the merits, what you spent a year and a half studying and you've made a decision about, why are you rehearing this? So that's what I had to say about it. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for your service. Kathleen Burke, Sandia Park, New Mexico. Lover of wildlife, lover of wildernesses, lover of children. Laughable, Mr. Chair. If this plan they persistently are attempting to hatch is so great, why do they not propose spreading their waste in Santa Fe? Why not go for broke and export this toxic waste to Bernalillo County? Also, what are they hiding? We have already gone around this mulberry bush, haven't we, Commissioners? New Mexico, sometime in its long history, became numero uno, sacrifice zone for the United States, didn't it? This is the same sort of movida pulled on populations up and down Central America. It's the same. This is Guatemalans, Hondurans, Nicaraguans, El Salvadorans, on and on. This is how they lost their forests. They lost their arable land, their only precious land. Corporate interests, greed-driven corporate interests destroyed these people's lives, their livelihoods, their everything. plundered by corporate interests. Commissioners, the racism is blatant. That's what is going on here. This is plunder. This is further destruction of people's land. There is no proof that any of these proposals are safe. Not last year, not this year. Just like they still haven't divulged what deadly chemicals are used in the fracking process. Commissioners, New Mexico should not pay, not now, not ever, for the oil industry's billion-dollar problem for generations to come. Their desperation is not our problem. Commissioners, please deny. Viva New Mexico. Thank you.
Good morning, Commission. My name is William Mathis, and I would like to thank you for your service and also your patience here this morning with listening to all the comments coming from the public. I'm a doctoral level epidemiologist, devoted my career in public health. I'm a retired professor of public health from UNM, and this morning my comments represent my own personal and professional opinion. I have experience in community health studies. I did a number of health studies in the Los Alamos community back in the 1990s. I have community or health experience with human health risk assessment in various different states, including New Mexico. I support the joint motion to dispose of the Water Alliance petition. The petition sets forth a regulatory pathway by which uncharacterized chemical hazards present in reused water will be widely released into the environment. I think everybody can agree on that. That is what we're talking about here, release of chemical hazards into the environment. The question is, what are the benefits? What are the risks? And I haven't really heard a whole lot of discussion about that this morning or through the entire process here, going back now almost 2 years. These releases, that's no doubt about it, will result in human exposure through various different exposure pathways. Nobody can disagree with that. I haven't heard anybody from the commission, the state, industry, saying that there will be absolutely zero exposure to any of the chemical hazards in reused, treated wastewater. In the petition, it includes commercial use of reused water. This involves perhaps filling swimming pools with reused water, using it for evaporative coolers. Is that possible? The petition provides a few examples: laundry facilities, car washes. So these will involve exposures to the general population, no doubt about that. They will also likely result in occupational exposures. I haven't heard a whole lot of discussion about that either. The petition also asks the state to permit these exposures and associated health risks in 13 counties, but prohibits the same in 20 other counties. Now, I have never heard of anything like this before in public health and in regulatory discussions and regulatory policymaking. It is unclear to me why the state would consider a petition that sanctions this form of what we call in the profession environmental health equity and injustice. And let's face it, that's what this is. You want to expose some populations in New Mexico to an unknown hazard that hasn't been well characterized, and in other counties, in other populations, it's prohibited.
This is up, sir.
Thank you. I urge the commission to dispose of this untimely petition.
Hello, my name is Leandra Schuler, and I'm here as a mother. I
am shocked that we're having to go through this just months after you came to the conclusion that it was not safe. So I'm here to ask that you continue the path of waiting 5 years to look at new research and also for us to think through the safest way to deal with this water situation. But this isn't something we can turn back on once we're there. Water is not an area where I think we should risk rushing through. And oil and gas industry has continuously proven they don't clean up after themselves. They just leave the state and continue to pillage continuously. So I ask that you please throw out that petition and think of the future of New Mexico's families. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. I'm Sister Marlene Parrott. I'm a Sister of Mercy, a woman of faith, and a member of Communities for Clean Water and Partnership for Earth Spirituality. I thank you for the new state rule prohibiting oil and gas companies from discharging treated fracking wastewater to our rivers, streams, and groundwater. That was just passed, and based on science. This hearing challenges the ethical and moral integrity of what you have done. Long time ago, during President Bush, I was very, very concerned about the Halliburton loophole. The proprietary secret for hydrofracking being excluded for the Clean Water Act. This hazardous toxic hydraulic waste product, misnamed as produced water. The EPA estimates that oil companies keep 11% of those compounds hidden from the public as trade secrets. Why were these compounds excluded from the Clean Water Act? If we do not know what these chemicals are, how can they be treated? You folks have spent hours, days, agonizing, sitting hours and hours listening to so many of us. And you came up with the conclusion that science to this day says no way can we treat what we have as hazardous toxic hydraulic waste product.
Excuse me, sister, your time is up.
Thank you. Please do not let this petition go forward.
Morning, Mr. Chair, commission members. I will start by saying the thing that you're never supposed to say at a second wedding. Welcome back, everyone. We just got done with a 1.5 year rulemaking on produced water. In that extensive process, we heard from scientists, engineers, and NMED experts that the technology to treat fracking wastewaters to levels safe for human exposure or discharge at scale doesn't exist. The commission enacted a rule barring discharge, which is great. Better safe than sorry. Now a special interest group made up of oil industry insiders wants a do-over. This time, NMED scientists are being directed not to enter an appearance, even though they're the state's expert on the issue, and would administer any new rule. That's not right. Silencing state scientists in order to hear mostly from the oil industry is not right, especially when two companies on the board of Water Alliance, Chevron and Oxy, were cited less than 3 weeks ago in Colorado for falsifying groundwater and soil pollution lab reports. In one instance, benzene levels in samples were 202 times the allowable limit, but were reported as under the limit, which is 4.4. Benzene is a carcinogen linked to leukemia. These companies cannot be trusted with something so precious as our water and our health. This reminds me of when I worked at the Michigan Department of Environmental Quality when the decision was made that caused the Flint water crisis. I was in a different department and powerless to influence the decision, but I sat in on many of the meetings right alongside people who resigned in disgrace because of it. These were people who worked for the DEQ for 15, 20, 30 years. Just a few people made this choice in order to save about $5 million a year by switching from Lake Huron water to Flint River water to supply Flint with its drinking water. I didn't think of much of it at the time because I believed in the system, that political pressure wouldn't overpower what these seasoned and intelligent officials knew was best. To make that happen, state employees in Water Division had to be good soldiers and authorize the switch. It caused a major public health crisis, as you probably know, because of lead in the drinking water. Innocent children were permanently intellectually disabled and people died. The state wound up liable for $626 million, the largest settlement in state history. The chemicals we're discussing here today in fracking wastewater are more toxic than lead, of course. If this stuff makes it into our water supplies or our environment, the effects on public health will be terrible and maybe irreversible. The EPA estimate, okay, this is all stuff that people have said, 1,100 compounds, 11% of those compounds are secret. We can't test for what we don't know is in there. We can't make educated decisions about where we allow the use of fracking waste, treated or not, without the surface water quality standards for all toxins that are in fracking wastewater. New Mexico doesn't have water quality standards for at least 180 of those chemicals. If you go through with this, commissioners, it will be your names attached to whatever happens. So have fun with that. In the previous rulemaking, NMOCA's witness said it himself. The technology to treat water to safe levels at this scale is not there yet. For these reasons, 1, the risk to public health is too high. 2, excluding and silencing NMED from this proceeding is right out of the Trump playbook and is not right. And 3, the industry is driven by profit over public safety and has shown it will rush to discharge and spill produced water and lie about it. So
your time's up. And can you please identify yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. Brian Sweeney, Santa Fe.
Thank you.
Morning. My name is Lori Costello. I'm a physician, thrilled to be here in person. I just moved up to northern New Mexico and was online commenting at the previous hearings. The truth matters. NMED's decision to prohibit fracking wastewater from discharge to our surface and groundwater was science-based and focused on public health and the planet. It was in keeping with NMED's mission to protect and restore the environment and to foster a healthy and prosperous New Mexico for present and future generations. I spoke previously about the impossibility of detoxifying produced water. Industry's blatant disregard for NMED's decision is much more bold than their decades-long deceit while poisoning us and the planet. This is the same industry that I read about last month when they were caught falsifying lab results that proved groundwater pollution in Colorado. Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Senator Heinrich has joined Senator Sheldon Whitehouse in shining a light on the existential threat of continued fossil fuel domination and the coming increase in energy prices despite the availability of lower cost renewable energy. In May, an article in the Santa Fe New Mexican quoted the president and CEO of the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association. saying that NMED's decision would stifle innovation and impair the state's water conservation efforts. This is the playbook of Big Pharma, among others, when in fact they spend much, much more on marketing than on innovation. The truth matters. Please deny the petition. And please remember that the 17 plus billion gallons of toxic wastewater is industry's dirty, huge secret. Just say no.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, Mr. Chair. So my name is Jianjia Yu, and I'm a research scientist in the Petroleum Recovery Research Center. So today is my first time to be here, and I want to share some lab results based on science here. So PwC has been working on produced water research, including the produced water characterization and produced water treatment in the past 30 years. Produced water is different, with the treated produced water. So, for example, based on our developed technologies, so we can treat the produced water and we can get very clean, treated produced water. So that means we can get very high purity clean water from the original produced water. For example, so in New Mexico, so if we get the produced water from the Permian Basin, so the total dissolved solid is about 150 milligram per liter. And when we deal with the produced water from the San Juan Basin, it's about 10,000 to 50,000 milligram per liter. But with our treatment technology, we can reduce the total dissolved solid to less than 20 milligram per liter. When we look at the tap water from the faucet, so that is 170 milligram per liter. So that means if we look at the quality of the treated produced water from our technology, so we can use this treated produced water for a lot of uses. So for example, we can use it as a resource water to produce the clean hydrogen. We can use it as the cooling tower water. For the semiconductor industry, we can also use this ultra high purity water, to support the semiconductor production here. But because of the policy that we cannot use any kind of treated produced water if that water is originally from the oil and gas field. So that actually limited us, that limited our research, to try to use this treated produced water for different kind of beneficial reuse. So from research perspective, so actually I support, the petition, especially I support the reuse of the treated produced water for industry reuse. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to thank everyone who took the opportunity to provide comments to the commission. What I'd like to do right now is take about a 15-minute break, and then we'll hear comments from folks that have requested to speak online. So if that's okay, we'll reconvene at 11. No, at least one commissioner has to leave early in the afternoon. Do we want to take a lunch break or do we want to power through? That's a hard question to answer at present, but let's be thinking about that after we hear we're on agenda item 4. After we hear testimony, we'll have a discussion on how we want to proceed. Okay, so Ms. Jones, you got 20.
Just gotta do this one.
Yeah.
I got the list, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you.
I'll go ahead and start with Susan Gorman on the platform, if you want to unmute yourself. Susan Gorman. Okay. No Susan Gorman. We're going to move on. Sandra
Hear me?
Stuhlberg.
Hold it. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, this is Susan Gorman. May I speak?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
and again, I'm going to ask when you speak, please identify yourself, and we're going to limit all of the commenters to 3 minutes.
Okay,
Go
thank
ahead,
you
Ms.
for.
Gorman.
All right, thanks so much, and thanks, Bruce. I mean, Chairman, and everybody. The reason that I'm here is because I'm a chemist, and I've been thinking about and reading about and studying with my brother, who's also in the industry, about this very topic for many years, ever since it became a topic. So anyway, I have at least some learning about this. So I want to make a few very quick, clear points. First, that I feel like we're being cheated because we're having this hearing without the participation of New Mexico Environment Department experts. That just doesn't seem right to me. Second, the release of produced water is not safe. It may be safe someday, but it's not safe now. And so we really can't start doing this and saying, okay, fine, and getting bombarded by all of this unsafe water. Finally, the state of New Mexico has no standards for many of the potential toxic chemicals that are known to be in produced water. And so how can we control what produced water is releasing if we don't have standards? And finally, maybe the most scary is that PFAS contamination is known to be harmful to human health, and it's also known to be in produced water. So thank you very much for your time, and I really appreciate all that you do. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ms. Gorman, and it's good to hear from you. Mr. Lopez?
Okay, next we have Sandra Stuhlberg.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we got
Hallelujah.
you.
Hi, my name is Sandra Stolberg, and I want to thank the Commission for hearing my comments yet again. I'm here today representing Indivisible Albuquerque, and we are asking the Commission to reject the WATR Alliance's petition to reopen and weaken the 2025 Produced Water Rule. You've heard it before. We've had 18 months of hearings. We've had expert testimony, robust public comment, and the Commission passed a science-based rule prohibiting the discharge of treated fracking wastewater in our state's ground and surface waters. The decision was rooted in fact. Produced water is toxic. It's not water. We all know that it contains hundreds of hazardous and even deadly substances. The oil and gas industry admitted that we are only at the first steps of understanding what's in it. Fact, the treatment at scale is unproven and unsafe. These scientists that are saying that they can take all of the toxins out of produced water, that'd be great, but let's show us the evidence because our NMED scientists say otherwise. The rule that you passed in May protects us as it should, based on the science and in accordance with the Produced Water Act. We all know that the Alliance's petition is not about protecting New Mexico's water, as the industry wants us to believe. It is a coordinated attempt backed by Chevron, RS Water, and other oil and gas operators to turn their waste disposal crisis into a profit stream at our expense. Their change.org petition is built on disinformation, hiding the fact that these, quote, billions of gallons of water, unquote, are in fact toxic oil and gas waste. Relitigating this issue now, while the rule is still under appeal, wastes public resources and erodes the trust in the Commission's process. The science hasn't changed, the health risks haven't changed. The only thing that has changed is that the political pressure from the rich and the well-connected has been intensified. We urge you to dismiss the Alliance's petition outright and uphold the 2025 rule and defend the health of all New Mexicans. Stick to the science. We really need to do that. Protect the integrity of your process, protect the rule of law, and protect the water future of the state. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Daniel Pritchard. Mr. Pritchard, if you would unmute, please.
I don't see him on the platform.
Mr. Pritchard, can you unmute for me? Daniel Pritchard.
We can see you, but we can't hear you.
Okay. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Daniel Pritchard and I live in Taos. I am a state licensed water system operator for a community of 30 homeowners. I am also on the executive board of Renewable Taos, a not-for-profit organization promoting energy efficiency, renewable energy, and the sustainability of our lands and our waters. I represent our many members on this topic. Clean drinking water is very much on our minds here in north central New Mexico. That's why we participated in the original rulemaking. Where are any valid reasons for reopening this rulemaking? There are none because nothing has changed. Research is great, and I support that 100%. And when the Oil and Gas Poisonous Water Cleanup Alliance has something real to show us, such as being able to clean up even 1/10 of their yearly 80 billion gallon poisonous water production, then it could be time to revisit the rules. Until then, please keep all produced water prohibited from discharge as your rules mandate. No means no. This needless, costly relitigating is a waste of public dollars and resources. Countless volunteer hours have gone into this effort to protect our environment. The oil and gas industry has deep pockets to pay their team of lawyers and lobbyists. Please stop this attempt to circumvent your process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pritchard. Next, we'll move on to Carl Peterson. If you're on the platform, please unmute yourself.
Not on the platform, I'm here.
Oh, got you. Thank you, sir. Okay, next, Ona Porter. If you could unmute yourself, please. Ona Porter. We can see you talking, but we can't hear you, man. You can try to unmute yourself, Ms. Porter.
I did.
We got you now.
Okay,
Thank you.
good. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Ona Porter, and I'm the founder emerita and clean energy leader at Prosperity Works. When I was teaching high school seminar called Facing the World with Critical Consciousness nearly 50 years ago, Rachel Carson's The Silent Spring was a required reading. Two things stood out to the students. First, that the chemical industry was spreading disinformation about their products, and public officials were accepting the industry's marketing claims unquestionably. Second, they understood that the real cost of the toxic chemicals were the public and environmental health. The campaign being broadcast by oil and gas about wastewater while refusing to acknowledge the real cost whose harms are evident all around us is not dissimilar to what my students saw. Carson's warning in 1962, "We stand now where two roads diverge, but unlike the roads in Robert Frost's familiar poem, they are not equally fair. The road we have long been traveling is deceptively easy, a smooth superhighway on which we progress with great speed, but at the end lies disaster. The other fork of the road, the one less traveled, offers us our last and our only chance to reach a destination that assures the preservation of the earth." NMED and advocates showed in previous case that technology to treat fracking wastewater to levels safe for human and environmental exposure does not exist. The Commission agreed. Do not equivocate now. Dismiss the request for reconsideration, please, and thank you for your work.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Next, I'd like to call Patricia Cardona. You could unmute, please. Patricia
Can you hear me?
Cardona. Yes, ma'am, we
Can
got
you
you.
hear?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
My name is Patricia Cardona. I am the policy analyst for Southwest Alliance for a Safe Future. SAFE is the acronym we use. We work with different groups at nuclear power plants all across this nation who are now in need of storing millions of gallons of radioactive water at their locations. There's approximately 98 of them, releasing toxic water into the waterways and soil of an area is not a storage system, especially if it is radioactive. There is no antidote for radioactivity. Creating a policy that uses surface water and soil for absorbing radioactive waste mixed with other contaminants into our food system is not good policy. It's poor policy. We urge you to stay the course and continue with your past decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cardona. Next, Carolyn Simmons. Carolyn Simmons, if you could unmute, please.
Yes, good morning. My name is Carolyn Simmons. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I am a concerned New Mexico citizen. I will keep my comments brief. I just want to second all the powerful comments that we've heard over the past 2 hours, during which time I might add we've heard no compelling arguments for you to accept this petition. After 18 months of your careful consideration, you wisely passed this rule prohibiting the discharge of produced wastewater. As other speakers have asked, what has changed in the past few weeks that would possibly warrant you overturning your wise decision? In this day and age where water is an increasingly scarce and precious resource, we've all seen the Rio Grande reduced to a dry riverbed in Albuquerque. How can this commission possibly consider reversing a ruling to now allow the deadly polluting of our waterways and groundwater, and this inexplicably without input of the New Mexico Environmental Department? I'm sure none of you would drink a cup of this wastewater. I respectfully urge you to deny this petition for the new rule. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Next, Mark Leclerc, if you're still on the platform, you could please unmute. Mark Leclerc. Okay, I think he's left the platform. Next, Las Jardinias Institute. If you could unmute, please.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Water Quality Control Commission, and thank you to everyone who's spoken. My name is Xavier Barraza. I'm here on behalf of Los Jardines Institute. LGI is a legacy grassroots organization here in New Mexico. We've been organizing for many decades around the health, safety, and well-being of communities and for issues exactly like this. And, you know, after hearing everyone else, all my fellow New Mexicans speak about what they think, you know, I'm not sure what's left to say. I mean, one thing is to affirm the dismissal of this petition by the Water Alliance. The other is to affirm you stand by your word. You have spoken, and on behalf of us as New Mexicans, and we stand by your word. And so we're looking forward to that. And there's a lot of parallels here. The Air Quality Control Board in Albuquerque passed a rule. They followed science. They did exactly as you all did. They followed the rulemaking hearing. It actually took over 2 years for cumulative impacts. And right now they're being challenged again by industry, similar tactics, similar strategies, and the same absolute potential for loss and harm whenever that body is already protected. Thankfully, they've stood strong, and we're looking forward to you all standing strong as well and acting on everything that's already been mentioned by so many folks here. So thank you all so much for your time. And yes, please do dismiss the petition.
Thank you, sir. Next, we'd like to invite Terry Sloan. If you could please unmute yourself. Terry Sloan. Oh, we see you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Terry Sloan. I'm director of my NGO, Southwest Native Cultures, through which I'm an accredited member of the United Nations. I worked on climate change, environmental issues, the 2030 Agenda, and the SDGs. Water is life. We must stop this attempt after decisions were made in May of 2025 to say no. Now oil and gas is again trying to get the green light to be allowed to dump radioactive toxic waste, PFAS, onto our beautiful and scenic and sacred New Mexico lands, agriculture, and into our rivers, aquifers, lakes, arroyos, acequias, and our drinking water. No further tribal consultation was had. Scientific review or public engagement has not occurred. Where is our democratic process in this? This is potential ecocide, which is a crime against the Mother Earth and a crime against our environment, which is about to happen, and an environmental disaster that our land of enchantment and New Mexicans may never recover from. As you well know, radioactive decay takes thousands of years. Are we prepared to deal with that? Are our children's and all the families and children to follow are prepared to deal with that? Big and small oil and gas must not be allowed to contaminate our sacred and precious New Mexico water, land, and our agriculture. Do we want radioactive hatch green chili? We must focus on remediation of the tens of thousands of wells that will be left and or abandoned by oil and gas for New Mexico taxpayers to live with and clean up. There are already approximately 30,000 wells in New Mexico, maybe most likely 40,000. Where will we get the billions of dollars needed to clean this up? Thank you again, and I hope you deny and dismiss this petition. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I'd like to invite Nona Girardi, if you could unmute, please. Nona Girardi.
Hello.
Yes, we got you.
Hi, I'm Nana Girardi. I'm a family doctor and I live in Los Alamos. Please reject WATR's petition. It is not safe to discharge fracking wastewater, even if it's treated, into our surface, rivers, streams, nor to the groundwater, nor to spray it on land surfaces. New Mexico Environment Department scientists and engineers know this after extensive study. It is concerning that they have not been allowed to testify at this proceeding. It is concerning that your commission, under pressure from the oil and gas industry, are reconsidering their own rule that you passed so recently after such careful investigation and consideration. As a physician, I'm particularly concerned that the discharge of produced water will expose New Mexicans to toxic chemicals, including carcinogens, endocrine disrupting forever chemicals such as PFAS, heavy metals, arsenic, volatile organics, and many other hazardous and potentially hazardous chemicals, including trade secret chemicals whose composition and toxicity are kept secret from the public. The same industry has shown that it cannot be trusted to self-monitor nor to comply with existing regulations, once again by falsifying environmental monitoring data in Colorado. Don't let the same thing happen here in New Mexico. Even during this hearing, more dangerous uses of this contaminated produced water are being proposed by the industry and lobbyists. The speaker from New Mexico Tech just suggested using this produced water for firefighting. Can you imagine the potential for contamination if these hazardous chemicals are sprayed over our canyons and mountains, getting into our air, land, and water, potentially further reacting to form new chemicals at the high temperatures present in a wildfire? The smoke and ash will carry these hazardous chemicals into our homes and workplaces, onto our agricultural fields and recreational lands. Then, after rains, the inevitable runoff and floodwaters will further carry these toxins into our waterways. Please do your job and protect our environment and our health for us and for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Felicia Guillen, if you could please unmute.
Buenas,
Felicia.
buenos dias. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. My name is Felicia Guillen, and I am joining you today via Zoom, via online, from Washington, D.C., where I serve as the New Mexico Fellow for the Institute for Policy Studies. Over the weekend, while sitting here in my little DC apartment missing home, this Water Alliance ad popped up on my screen about protecting New Mexico's water future. And obviously, when I followed the link, it took me to a change.org petition where this group, calling themselves the Water Alliance, asked for signatures because, I quote, "Our state produces billions of gallons of water, water that could be treated and safely reused," end quote. As of this morning, that petition had 221 signatures, but no doubt they plan at some point to hold up that number as evidence of public support for their so-called alliance. But those signatures were collected under false pretenses, because anyone who took 2 minutes to look at their website can see that this is not an alliance to protect New Mexico's water. It's an alliance of giant oil and gas companies and a bunch of other smaller companies salivating over the chance to make some money by taking the oil and gas waste off their hands and selling it back to us. So let's call this what it is. It's disinformation. Our state does not produce billions of gallons of water. An honest petition would have said that the oil and gas companies produce billions of gallons of toxic waste, and they don't know what to do with it. The petition language does not contain one single mention of the source of that waste, and no one has yet proved it can be treated and safely reused. This is extremely destructive. The people of New Mexico have been very clear about what they think about letting this industry dump their waste on our land and our rivers. And the scientists have been clear that the treatment processes these companies propose are not ready for prime time. You are supposed to protect our water, not oil and gas profit. So please, I urge you to reject this Water Alliance petition outright, because New Mexico's water future is far too precious to gamble on industry lies. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Mark Leclerc, if you would please unmute. Mark Leclerc. Mark Leclerc. We got you. Can't hear you yet, though. Still can't hear you, Mr. Leclerc. There we go. Try it there.
Okay, is it coming through?
Yes, sir. We got you.
Great. My name is Mark Leclerc. I'm a father of 3 and a parciante on the Armijo ditch, a farmer and a construction worker. And I just want to read my comments into the record. I think it's important to ask why this industry is so hell-bent on overturning your previous rulemaking, a rulemaking that, I might add, exemplified the best of what our democratic form of government has to offer us. And I don't think we need to look farther from West Texas to answer this question. Currently, around 80% of New Mexico's quote-unquote produced water is disposed of in Texas, home to places like Lake Bomer, a 60-acre scar on the land created when an old oil well blew out and full of water so toxic migrating waterfowl routinely drop dead when they fly over it. And nearby Crane County, where 100-foot geysers of radioactive brine frequently erupt, a direct consequence of the 23 million barrels of wastewater the oil and gas industry is injecting per day. That's why this industry is so desperate to overturn this rule. Texas can't take much more. If this is what they're doing in Texas, why do we think they'll do anything different here? You, commissioners, are our last best hope at reining in the excesses of this destructive energy industry, and I urge you to stand firm and uphold your previous ruling. And I think it's telling that Chevron, these big companies, they didn't even deign to send one representative to speak before you today. They're so confident in their hold on power that they think they can just make a phone call and direct you to do this all over again. And I urge you to just hold on to your courage and hear us, all the people that have been commenting today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I'd like to invite Christopher Hudson, if you would please unmute. Christopher Hudson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Yate, She Christopher Hudson and Chef Siskletni Nishla Sinachini Bashishin Kiani Dishiche Tabahe Dashanella Itago Dine Nishla Sayato Nishla. Good morning. Thank you, commissioners, for hearing me today. My name is Christopher Hudson. I reside in Sayato, New Mexico on the Navajo Nation. I'm an enrolled member and I've lived in McKinley County around the Gallup area all my life. Sayato actually stands for water under rock. So we're very familiar with a lot of our water resources, and water is life. To'olina is what we say in our language of the Navajo people. So I really just wanted to comment and oppose the petition that's come forward for all of the reasons that others oppose for, the democratic process and, taking your time, but also for the fact that, there hasn't been a very much tribal consultation in this, in circumventing the already process. I would feel like the Navajo Nation, northwest region of the New Mexico has a lot of industry that preys upon us. We are very familiar with uranium and coal mines and the after effects of uncleaned water sources or uncleaned earth. And yeah, we really just don't appreciate that. And I feel like a lot of our members, community members, and leadership were probably unnotified that this rule was coming back again, just like when it was first proposed or when some of the testing was done in Ojo and Sino and the chapters around there, including members like Daniel So and Mario Artencio, first called this out back in 2022. So yeah, I just want to oppose this for that reason, and also for all the various reasons that were stated before. If we can't trust the Water Commission to do its job the way it originally did, what faith do we have in that? And already the Navajo people have less faith in the state of the government and the state of the federal government as it is. And if the Water Control Commission can hear this petition and pass it again, it just circumvents all of that. So I really do appreciate all your work that you're doing this and all the advocates that came out today. We stayed on all day, all morning. Thank you so much for everyone. And I appreciate your time. Thank you. And I do.
Thank you. Next, we'd like to invite Adrian Angelo. You can please unmute. Adrian Angelo.
Hola, buenos días, Commissioner, Chair and Committee. Thank you so much for calling on me this morning. Appreciate the time and the opportunity to use my voice to speak on this petition. I'm with the Nuestra Tierra Conservation Project, where I go to work every day to ensure that deliberately and historically excluded communities not only have access to our lands and water, but that they also have access to, and that our voices, traditions, and values are represented in our lands and water processes. I deeply appreciate the work of many speakers before me in the room, online, in DC. I see you, Felicia. I appreciate the work and consistency of all these water defenders. And so that's why it's all the more puzzling that we're here in these rooms, hearing the same arguments again and again, una y otra vez. As an irrigator here in the Middle Rio Grande Conservation District in the South Valley of Albuquerque, consistency is really important, especially when you're reseeding and you can't consistently rely on an irrigation schedule. So I definitely appreciate the need and the need to strengthen our water supply, the need to look for where our water is going to come from in the next 50 years. So I ask you to remain consistent, or at least more consistent than the rainfall and the water supply that we currently have, but remain consistent to the rulemaking that you made in May también. And if not, I would ask, has the science vastly improved or changed since last May? Based on what we've heard today, not having heard from the Environment Department, it's like the science has not significantly changed in the past 90 days or so. And so with that, in moving forward, let's be careful and let's be consistent with our communities. Let's be careful with our limited water supply. And I would just say, I think lots of folks in the community are tired about telling very powerful people no, winning hard-fought battles and victories, and these powerful people not knowing how to take no for an answer. For us regular folks, when you move forward after being told no, that's a harassment case at minimum. And so let's stick with community. Let's not let rich and powerful connected folks trample over our nose, because once we lose our water, it won't matter how many balloon fiestas they sponsor or how many fiestas de Santa Fe they fundraise for. We simply won't have water, we won't have health, and have the community that everybody flocks to Santa Fe to appreciate and enjoy. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much. Let's keep our water sacred. Let's keep it safe. And if there are valid exemptions for commercial use, let's move forward with some of those exemptions slowly with the experts in the room and with the Environment Department.
Thank you. That's your time. Next, I'd like to invite Ernie Sitabaca. You could please unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you, Commission. Yeah, Ernie Sitabaca, President, CEO, Albuquerque Hispano Chamber of Commerce. I too am a proud New Mexican. I've lived here my entire life. My family originated since the 1400s in New Mexico, and my father was born a day before statehood, a year before statehood, and I'm a grandparent. So I truly love New Mexico. So I'm a lot like many of you folks, really want what's best for New Mexico. But I do believe that we got to be careful of what we're doing with water in the state of New Mexico, because we have limited fresh water. And I think the message from the business community is that we need sound water resource management to protect our fresh water resources and to support economic diversification by using treated produced water. As people have been saying, look at the Rio Grande. That's not changing by adding more water. What we do with produced water is use that for industrial purposes. So we need to go through this rulemaking with the science that we have now to make sure that we're doing the right thing for New Mexico, not the right thing for where they're at, where they're located, especially the people that live in Lee County, down in Chaves County, those areas. 98% of the produced water comes from there, not so much in the Santa Fe Taos area. So I think we ought to think about this holistically and really take the time to do what's right under this petition to make sure we do what's right for New Mexico. Things aren't improving. Somebody said, boy, if you got to count on rain, don't count on it. I don't know what else we're counting on. Our fresh water, surface water is limited, but we have a lot underneath the surface, and produced water is something that we need to consider in the mix. And we want to do it sooner rather than later. So I just want you to know that Hispano Chamber supports the petition. We need to make sure this goes forward. And I'm not so sure what everybody's afraid of if we do what's right for New Mexico using science to make the decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Joanne Price, if you could please unmute. Joanne Price. Joanne Price, if you could unmute, please. Joanne Price, can you unmute?
Back to her.
Okay, we'll move on to Soledad Garcia, if you could please unmute. Soledad Garcia. Oh, we got you. We can hear you, Soledad. If you could try to unmute one more time for us.
How's that?
Yes, we got you.
Okay. Buenos días les de Dios y de la justicia. Good morning, Chair and members of the Control Commission. My name is Soledad David Garcia. I'm a parciante de Acequia de los Salazales in Rio Arriba County. That's where this precious water, Acequia water, flows from the Rio Chama watershed. It's a delicate and an irreplaceable ecosystem that would be harmed by the current petition. I'm also a cultural anthropologist and a New Mexico State Commissioner with the New Mexico Acequia Commission. Months ago, this commission upheld the voices of New Mexicans, members and experts who spoke clearly in defense of our waters. You made the decision to protect them. I commend that decision and the democratic process that led to it. Today, I urge you to stand by it. To reverse course now would erode the public trust in our lawmaking and regulatory process. The petition before you represents interests of a very few of the oil industry, not the people of the state. It seeks to discharge produced water into the New Mexico's already limited and precious water supply, and I unequivocally oppose it. New Mexico has more than 700 acequias, and I've worked with many of them in the state. A majority of them have this as part of their preamble and their bylaws, and I'm going to quote: "Water is the lifeblood of our communities. The Parciantes of this community believes that water should be protected as a community resource so future generations can grow food, have a healthy and secure source of water for the needs within the community." I ask you to stand by your decision, stand by your word, and the majority of our state says, "Agua es vida, water is life." And I'll end with these final words in Spanish. Agua es esencia vital en nuestras comunidades, con divinas propiedades, precioso cargo ancestral. Bendecísimo caudal, principio de un gran cimiento, lágrimas de nacimiento, el espíritu del agua, de la tierra en su agua, honramos este alimento. Protect water, I ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Karen Bowler. If you would please unmute. Karen Bowler. Karen Bowler, you could please unmute for us. Karen Bowler, are you there? Okay, we'll move on. Elder Kathy, are you able to unmute for us? Elder Kathy.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Tom. I've waited a long time to be heard. And just a heads up, I was at the emergency room last night because of the stress on my heart. And this is another stress on my heart because you've made a decision that was backed by science, backed by a lot of community people and testimonies that were heard before. And yet this comes back up again. So it is very disheartening And I did not see any of you there really drinking water. And if you had produced water, toxic water, sitting there on your desk, would you drink it? I think as Kathy Sanchez, Teo Women United is the organization, and the Circle of Grandmothers is who I represent. And I'm from San Ildefonso Pueblo, and I live right along the Rio Grande. And right now it is so dry. You can just walk across it. You see the mud and the rocks. And water is life. And our bodies, like the earthen vessels of Mother Earth, in that our lymphatic system in our body depends on that cleansing system. And yet we here are debating whether to allow an industry of oil and gas for their profit and for their money to dump their fracked toxic waste back into Mother Earth again. And I pray you connect your heart, your mind to your heart, and speak to your heartfulness of who you are. We are in New Mexico. We have children, we have plants, we have animals, we have life that water gives us. It is so very precious. Do not go back on your ruling. That was just May. And you heard from technology. You heard from the sciences. And New Mexico Environmental Department should be part of this because we put our trust and faith in U.S. commissioners, water quality commissioners, and New Mexico Environmental Department to speak truth from the heart. Touch your heart, touch the water within you, and speak your truth. Don't let money or industry that wants to come into New Mexico to dump their waste back into our precious water. Don't let that happen. And I applaud all the people that have spoken from truth, from their heart, about the industry, the technology, the sciences, and voice from acequias. Our acequia went dry here. We have no water for our plants, our animals, and the wildlife that is coming to the Rio Grande. Poor things. You can just see how skinny and sickly they are. We don't need that toxic mix, PFAS, forever chemicals in our bodies, in our waters, in our systems. Think from your heart, please. Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'd like to invite Wild Earth Guardians.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, hello, Chair Thompson, Commissioners, Secretary Kenny. Nice to see you in the room. My name is Melissa Troutman. I'm the Climate and Health Advocate at Wild Earth Guardians, where I work primarily on New Mexico oil field safety and pollution. But I'm also here personally as an oil field advocate in other states across the country, where I've worked with many oil and gas workers who are exposed to oil and gas waste daily. And I want to focus the majority of my comment on workers, but first I have to address the comments by researchers at NMSU and UNM and firms who are apparently already treating and reusing produced water safely. I'm curious where all of the data and peer-reviewed research that they referenced is, and why it hasn't been brought forward in the last rulemaking or any of the legislative committee meetings in the past sessions when we were talking about the strategic water supply. Bringing a piece of proprietary treatment equipment, but not the actual studies themselves, is an interesting maneuver. And that's all I'll say about that. Back to workers, okay? We've heard a lot of talk about whether or not produced water can be treated and reused safely, but there is a whole cradle to grave process required to do that, one in which workers are directly exposed to toxic, radioactive, hazardous produced water on a daily basis. I've been gathering testimonies from these workers for over a decade, and here are the most egregious and common themes. Number one, they are not told what they are being exposed to. Chemicals are not disclosed to them. They are not told that produced water can be radioactive. Number two, they are not trained on handling this dangerous, hazardous material or provided personal protective equipment. Number three, they are not paid to handle hazardous materials, even though that is what they are breathing and touching and hauling and disposing, and instead they're paid the same as workers who haul household trash. That is unsafe, it's inequitable, and it's immoral. Now, the researchers and industry coming to you saying that they can treat this safely are operating in controlled spaces like laboratories with many safety protocols in place. I urge you to think about the people exposed to produced water on the front end and on the back end and inside the treatment facilities who aren't afforded those same considerations. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Rachel Kahn, if you could please unmute yourself.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name is Rachel Kahn. I'm the Deputy Director of Amigos Bravos. Many of us sat in this building for weeks and weeks of testimony during the just completed rulemaking, and frankly, I'm dismayed that we are here again. Scheduling a hearing on the same topic to address the same question of discharge of produced water to our ground and surface waters when the ink is not even dry on the just completed rulemaking is making a mockery of our state regulatory process. At a time when we are seeing institutional norms and community and environmental protections at the federal level disintegrate before our eyes, we must not let that same disintegration of norms and protections bleed into our state processes. This commission has a lot of work and rulemakings to do over the next year. We have the surface water permitting rules, industrial and municipal water reuse rules, and the triennial review of water quality standards, all on the horizon. If we redo every rulemaking every time one interest group doesn't like the outcome, how are we to move forward at all? While I sincerely hope that the commission does not decide to move forward with the duplicative rulemaking process, if this commission does indeed move forward, I urge you to not rush the process. These hearings take a massive amount of time and resources, and public and community groups need time to find technical consultants and shift around workloads to participate. Given all that, please do not schedule a hearing until summer of 2026. As we heard in the last hearing, produced water carries substantial risks. Notably, the state of New Mexico does not currently have surface water quality standards for at least 180 potential toxic chemicals found in fracking wastewater. How can we move forward with safely discharging treated produced water if we don't have adequate standards? We must do the work to establish appropriate standards before allowing discharges. The just adopted rule allows that work to happen. In closing, I am deeply concerned about the oil and gas industry leveraging political clout to co-opt public resources for their private interests. Given that, I strongly urge you to deny this petition. Thank you for the opportunity for public comment.
Thank you. Next, we'd like to invite John D'Antonio. You could unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is John D'Antonio, former state engineer for New Mexico under 3 different governors, former New Mexico Environment Department secretary. I've spent the last 3 decades protecting New Mexico's water resources, both acequias and tribal entities, and I'm in support of the petition, and the reason I am in support of the petition is it goes to everyone's arguments. There's dry riverbeds, there's not enough water. Where's the water going to come from? We have an ability to use treated produced water beneficially for the state of New Mexico. One of the most, I think, thought of issues I've heard is there, it talks to the integrity of the commission. And I think the commission is protecting that integrity of process by a rulemaking. Much of the most compelling science and the technical evidence that was excluded from the last rulemaking was not yet available, but will be brought in support of the petition. And it just, there's a, it's not true that the petition is just a rehash of what happened before. It proposes a comprehensive permitting framework with robust monitoring, testing obligations, whereas the last rulemaking just prohibited the use of this water. So the commission is protecting the integrity of the process by merely scheduling and setting the proposed rule for a hearing. And my understanding, it won't be till December, so it's plenty of time for cases to be made. One of the things that really concerns me is the state of Texas is they're in they're putting actually a lot of their treated produced water into the Pecos River, or at least they have a petition or an application to do that. And the water quality standards for Texas are no different than New Mexico. And we right now, New Mexico is not getting any credit for any of the water that goes to Texas. They treat it and can use it beneficially. We're not asking, and I say we, the state of New Mexico is not going to be using this water uh, to in it's not being tribal entities. It's going to be preserving fresh water so that we can use some of this water for fit for purpose uses, such as industrial cooling, data centers, things of that nature that New Mexico needs for job growth. And so it's preserving our water resources, or fresh supply of water resources. It's protecting those, and I think the commission, if they can go in and really deny the motions that were filed uh, by the four groups and allow for this to go to proceeding, we can actually put the most
That's
compelling
your time,
science
sir.
into place. Thank you.
That's your time, sir. Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Will Fisher. If you could please unmute yourself. Will Fisher.
Hi, thank you to the committee for hearing me. My name is William Fisher. I'm a PhD biologist and a Parciente on the Acequia de Rio Chama. I'm familiar as a Parciente with how important surface water is for our communities, and I'm familiar professionally with the scientific process. And as a citizen, I note a long history of abuse of the process by extractive and other industries whenever they see an opportunity to increase short-term profits and to pass the long-term costs of cleanup onto the people at large. It is frustrating to see these industries repeatedly challenge good rulemaking procedures, relitigating again and again until they hope they finally get a result they like. Until produced water can't be demonstrated to be parts per billion clean, there's no justification for allowing its release to surface water. And despite Mr. D'Antonio's comments, it's hard to credit that there's really good justification for repealing this recently enacted rule that was enacted to protect us, the citizens of New Mexico, and the ecosystems that sustain us. In time, it may be possible for produced water to be made safe. Of course, there are when you take the bad stuff out of the water, you have to put it somewhere too. So this is not going to be a simple or quick process, and any action taken should be taken with more than usually deliberate speed. Please deny this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Casey Ish. If you could please unmute Casey Ish.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Casey Ish. I'm the Director of Lands and Conservation for the Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District. The statement I'm providing today is with support from the Pueblo of San Felipe. The Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District urges the Water Quality Control Commission to allow ample time for public, agency, and tribal engagement on this petition. While this proposed amendment is only intended to impact produced water activities in Chavez, Colfax, Doña Ana, Eddy, Harding, Lee, McKinley, Otero, Rio Arriba, Roosevelt, San Juan, and Sandoval, and Union counties, we should all realize that groundwater and surface water moves in and out of these county boundaries. For example, surface water from McKinley and Rio Arriba County represent significant sources of supply to the Middle Rio Grande Valley. which lies in Sandoval, Bernalillo, Valencia, and Socorro County via the Rio Puerco Basin and the Rio Chama Basin. MRGCD understands the need to explore alternative sources of water supply in our arid state, but that exploration needs to come with meaningful engagement from those who might be impacted. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Karen, excuse me. Yes, Karen Buller, if you could try to unmute for us again. It looks like you're unmuted, but we can't hear you still. Karen Buller. Okay, we'll move on. User Alicia, no last name, Alicia. Alicia, sorry if I'm saying that wrong. We show you unmuted, but we can't hear you. Alicia.
Okay.
Can you try to say something, Alicia? To the next one. Okay. Next, Jim Wilkins, if you're still on the platform, if you could please unmute. Jim
Can you hear
Wilkins.
me?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you state your name, please?
This is Alicia Baumhoff.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Commission, for listening to us. I have lived in Taos, New Mexico for the past 32 years. In the past 20, I have lived off the grid, relying solely on catchment for water. I don't actually need a well, and I've never had to haul water. My water is actually free. Living in harmony with nature for so long, I have realized that the world is completely upside down at this point. Instead of catching the water that falls free from the sky, we're using dirty coal and nuclear energy to pump it up against gravity from the ground. Now we are also using all of this fresh water to pump up more and more oil from the ground. Instead of living solar, which is totally possible in New Mexico, we could heat every single home with solar energy, and whether it's solar hot water heaters that replace propane or passive solar. The US has become the largest producer of fossil fuels in the world since its significant oil and natural gas production increase. In 2023, it led the world in oil production with a record output driven by shale oil fracking. This is after Biden claimed in his campaign that the climate crisis was one of his 6 problems that he had to solve. He promised no more fossil fuels and then proceeded to supply Europe with the invasion of Ukraine, since Russia was no longer supplying their oil to Europe. Now Trump wants India to buy our dirty energy instead of Russia's and is threatening them with 50% tariffs if they don't do so. The US is literally heating the whole planet, literally and figuratively cooking us and poisoning us in the process and using all of our water. This is like watching a primitive species destroy itself. You are thinking too small. Don't just ban the dirty oil companies from dumping their toxic wastewater back on us after they've used our fresh water. Ban them altogether if they can't clean up after themselves, or charge them appropriately for all the fresh water that they are using. I remember when I was a teacher in the schools, my students and I calculated that they were paying $6.40 for water from the vending machine because they wouldn't use the drinking fountains, but would buy Dasani water instead, bottled by Coca-Cola. Is this what it's going to come to? people are going to have to buy bottled plastic water because they can't drink the water out of their taps. It's clear to me that the politicians and the corporate oil companies are going to continue drilling for oil and continue the destruction of the planet if we let them. I encourage you commissioners to stand by your original ruling and reject this petition, the latest attempt to pollute us further, to contaminate more New Mexicans, which they've been doing for about 100
That's
years
your
now.
time. Thank you.
Thank
you. Next, I'd like to invite Jim Wilkins. If you could please unmute yourself. Jim Wilkins.
Hi, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee. My name is Jim Wilkins. I'm a PhD biochemist, and I've served on the faculty of chemical engineering at Yale University and at UCSF. I currently live in El Prado on the Mesa above the Rio Grande River outside of Taos. I'm somewhat surprised and perplexed by a couple of things I've heard in this meeting from colleagues from academia. They seem to claim that they have a solution to the fracking water purification problem. One of them stating numerous peer-reviewed papers showing this. Why weren't these individuals present during the initial review when NMED scientists reached the opposite conclusion? One scientist claimed that his lab had removed most of the dissolved solids from fracking water. The problem with that is that the dissolved solids only represent a small part of the dangerous materials present in this water. The other surprising fact brought out in this meeting was that Governor Grisham supports this industry proposal, and there have also been media publications from some of the New Mexico representatives, including Gonzalez and Herrera, supporting this industry petition. I urge everyone at this meeting to write letters to the governor and to these representatives strongly opposing this petition, and I hope that the committee will do so also. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call Paul Farina. If you could please unmute yourself, Paul Farina. Is that unmuted? Paul Farina, it shows you're unmuted, but we can't hear you if you're speaking.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me or I have somebody else to talk. Okay, if you can hear me, because I say it. My name is Paul Farina, and I'm with Blue Harvest H2O. And yes, I'm in opposition to allow them to keep on dumping water. But my main reason is we have successfully clean water for the fracking industry. We did it over 15 years ago in Arkansas. The main reason is, like everything, in order to clean the water, we need investment. So I highly encourage, and we find a tool that this can be financed by the oil and gas companies, that they can support the cleaning of the water, because it's doable and we need to get started. You know, we talk a lot about this, but on my end, I don't see happening, because it's easier to dump it than to get equipment, maintain it, get the power needed, and all the other resources. So thank you so much for your time. I'm very short and I still lost my voice. I hope next time I have it back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Kevin Kirby. You can please unmute yourself.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Good. My name is Kevin Kirby, and from the same oil and gas people who brought you climate change, we bring you water. WATR, an oil and gas industry group. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here today. This is new and improved water with added ingredients, arsenic, barium, and benzene, to name just a few, along with 11% secret ingredients you can't even talk about. Just don't bring a Geiger counter. Fracking wastewater flowing like a golden dream from the oil and gas fields of New Mexico to surging rivers, sparkling streams, and groundwaters being brought to a water faucet near you. Never has fracking water tasted quite so good. Pure artisan handcrafted fracking water, produced by industry standards that have served the oil and gas industry so well. Some people call this produced water, but don't you believe them? This is the original fracking water. You don't need to know what's in it. WATR wants to literally lay waste on all of New Mexico, a statewide sacrifice zone. WATR is helping to make this happen by toxifying an entire state. The unthinkable is now drinkable. What WATR says, stuck it up, New Mexico. Take one for the oil and gas team. At WATR, they can take their fracking waste and convert New Mexico lives into oil and gas industry profits. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I have a few more on the list, but I believe they've left the platform, so I'll just call their names to make sure they're still not with us. Lynn Huneman, are you still with us on the platform? Lynn Huneman. Okay, Laura Stupin, are you still on the platform? Laura Stupin. All right, Evelyn Bemis. Evelyn Bemis, are you on the platform? Okay, Joan Price. Joan Price. And Clara Sims. Are you still with us, Clara Sims? I believe that's it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lopez, and thank everyone for participating. We appreciate your input. When we do the hearings, we will likely have 2 opportunities each day for public comment, usually one in the morning and one right after lunch. So there will be other opportunities to express your views. At this point, I note it's afternoon. What's the pleasure of the commission? Do we want to power through, or do we want to take a break for lunch? Okay, so enough to share? Okay, you want to take a quick break for biological functions? Okay, we'll take 10-minute break and we'll reconvene at 12:25.
All right.
All right, the next item on the agenda is a status report on the appeal that NMOGA filed after passage of the last set of rules. I thought it would be informative to figure out where we are from a legal perspective. And so I asked our general counsel, Eduardo Ugarte, to give us an update on the appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. So I circulated earlier via email the what's called the docketing statement, which is the filing that NMOGA made. That was required after they made their notice of appeal. So at this point, they've identified issues that they intend to raise at the Court of Appeals. What the next procedural step is that the Court of Appeals will assign it to one of their calendars. That calendar will determine the timing of briefings, if any briefings, depending on the calendar that it's assigned to. I don't know if ready for any questions, if the commission has any questions at this point. While they've identified issues, there's nothing for WQCC to respond to. We have to wait for the Court of Appeals to assign it on the calendar.
Are there any questions or discussion? Commissioner Brancard.
We submit the record?
Yeah.
Yes, the record was submitted last Thursday, I believe.
The record was submitted last week?
Last Thursday. Thank you, Ms. Jones. That was a big effort.
And my my limited experiences with things like this, we're talking about a year or more to resolve the appeal.
It certainly could. And of course, the report is not on the timeline. So once they will send their scheduling notice, that will determine when the parties need to submit briefs. But then once the briefs are submitted, if there are briefs, there's no clock on the court.
Okay. Questions or comments from the commissioners? Ready to move on? Okay, so the next agenda item is number 6, which is Western Environmental Law Center's motion for reconsideration of the commission's decision to grant a request for hearing.
Mr. Chair, just a quick moment. Really important that there are snacks on the side of the room, and the public is welcome to go have snacks and grab a soda, but it's there for you, and enjoy. Thank you.
And I understand that these snacks were away from the governor's office. Okay, so we're moving on to Welk's motion for reconsideration. Would like to suggest that we give each party 10 minutes to summarize their motion, and then the commissioners can question the parties after they've made their 10-minute presentation. Does that seem like a reasonable strategy? Okay, so with that, Ms. Fox, would you please introduce yourself? We got 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name is Tanis Fox. I'm a lawyer with Western Environmental Law Center, a party in this proceeding. Welk requests the commission reconsider its decision to move forward with Water's petition because NMED will not be appearing as a party in this proceeding, and the commission will not have the benefit of NMED's expertise at hearing. During the commission's last meeting, when you considered Water's petition, several commissioners voiced concern about forward with the petition if NMED was not a party. One commissioner thought there wouldn't be a point if NMED was not a party. Another thought it would be odd if NMED didn't participate. and another was concerned the commission would not have full information without NMED's participation. Secretary Kenny was asked on a number of occasions whether NMED staff would participate in the hearing, but did not commit one way or the other. Since the petition was filed, I have endeavored on a number of occasions to find out from NMED management and NMED council whether NMED will enter an appearance. It is my understanding that NMED will not enter an appearance. The commission has complete discretion under the Water Quality Act to grant or deny water's request for hearing. Under the act, a denial of a third-party petition, quote, shall not be subject to judicial review. Since the commission's last meeting, when it granted the petition, it has become clear that NMED will not be participating as a party. Based on this, WELC asked the commission to reconsider, to exercise its broad discretion, and deny the request for hearing. The water petition seeks to authorize discharge of treated produced water to New Mexico surface and groundwater. Water claims, without evidence, there's new research supporting the safety of discharge. In the last produced water rulemaking hearing, we saw that different experts can have different opinions on what the same research says. The commission should not move forward without NMED scientists weighing in on the significance of any new research. At its core, the issue before the commission is whether the discharges proposed in water's petition will protect public health and the environment and meet water quality standards. At its core, this is a scientific inquiry. The commission has always relied on NMED technical staff to assist it with this inquiry. NMED staff are the experts, and they are charged with protecting human health and the environment. That is not water's charge. Water's charge is to further the private interests of its members. The commission's charge, as well, is to protect public health and the environment. The commission should not move forward with this petition without the benefit of NMED's independent analysis. As far as I know, in the commission's 58-year history, it has never held a rulemaking on a rule that NMED would implement in which NMED did not appear as a party. This includes third-party petitions, such as the one before the commission. Moving forward with this petition without NMED participation is not only highly unusual, it's highly disturbing. Why isn't NMED staff authorized to participate? 5 NMED staff scientists from 2 bureaus worked for years on a rule to prohibit discharge of treated and untreated produced water to our water resources. They spent months preparing hundreds of pages of testimony and thousands of pages of exhibits to support a prohibition against discharge. This commission witnessed their expertise
I didn't even notice.
and the integrity they brought to their work. Their unanimous opinion was that discharge of even treated produced water, quote, cannot currently be done in such a way that complies with the Water Quality Act. Water's petition seeks to undo all the work of the NMED scientists, government scientists who are not being allowed to appear in this proceeding. There were other experts in the last rulemaking who also opined that discharge of treated produced water is not safe. The commissioners here today who attended the last produced water hearing will recall the testimony of Rick McCurdy. Mr. McCurdy is a vice president of Select Water Solutions, a company that was a party in the last proceeding, and he served as an expert witness for the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association. Mr. McCurdy testified repeatedly that it is premature to allow discharge of treated produced water at scale at this time. I reiterate, Mr. McCurdy is a vice president of a water treatment company exploring ways to reuse treated produced water and an expert for NMOGA. Mr. McCurdy's testimony, which was contrary to NMOGA's position at hearing, was credible. Water argues in its response, first, that Welk's motion is procedurally defective because Welk did not seek all parties' position on the motion prior to filing. However, that is not what the Commission's rule at 20.1.6.207 requires. That rule provides, quote, any opposed motion shall state that either concurrence was sought and denied or why concurrence was not sought. Welk followed the rule and stated why concurrence was not sought. Concurrence was not sought because Water has already made its position clear that it wants the hearing to go forward and opposes any objection. Welk knew its motion was opposed, not unopposed, and proceeded properly under the Commission's rule. Water argues that NMED may still enter an appearance. Now, the petition was filed in June. The Commission considered the petition in July. The hearing officer held a pre-hearing conference at the end of July. This matter is now on the Commission's agenda for August, and no NMED appearance has been filed. That's odd, as one commissioner put it. Odd, and again, Welk's understanding after diligent inquiry is that NMED will not enter an appearance. Water argues that NMED may participate in some other manner other than as a party, such as providing non-technical public comment at the hearing. But the concerns raised by the commissioners at the last meeting and by Welk in this motion are not addressed if NMED staff presents public comment at the hearing. The concern is that NMED scientists will not provide their technical expertise at hearing, that they will not be present to assess whether a discharge is safe and meets Commission water quality standards. This is the expertise the Commission has relied upon for more than 5 decades, almost 6. Water argues there's no regulation that requires NMED to be a party in a rulemaking. While that's true, Welk did not argue that any such regulation exists. This Commission has broad discretion to determine whether a third-party rulemaking petition should go forward. Welk asked the Commission to exercise its discretion and deny the request for hearing because it will not have the benefit of NMED expertise. The Commission, in its rulemaking capacity, with NMED advising on the science, has helped keep New Mexico ground and surface waters clean for decades. Without NMED independent expertise, the Commission should not move forward with the petition, which, as the Commission well knows from the prior produced water rulemaking, raises serious questions whether discharges proposed will protect human health and the environment. Thank you for your consideration of our request, and I would be glad to address any questions you may have.
Commissioners, any questions of Ms. Fox?
Chair, just procedurally, did you say we were going to hear from both parties and then take questions, or no?
Well, my intent was to ask questions after they've made their presentation, after each individual has made their presentation.
I see. Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Chair, I think one of the things that maybe it's not a question so much as it is a statement, is that the Environment Department is still, let me back up. The Environment Department in 2023 has indicated that it was going to work on water reuse rules for a number of different sectors, including direct and indirect potable reuse, produced water, and other types of water that are in the state in support of the 50-year Water Action Plan. Those are sections of the Water Action Plan that specifically, I think it's B2 of the Water Action Plan, that talk about water reuse. Yeah, in support of new waters. So I think just contrary to the testimony or the motion, the Environment Department has been very transparent about working on water reuse issues. And I was checking online, we have public involvement plans, we have interim committee slide presentations that all support that we have been on a straight, narrow path to work on water reuse throughout the state of New Mexico. And again, including produced water. We've made no bones about that. And that's what led to the action that this committee had previously voted on. I think the other piece that I heard in public testimony and that I just want to address here as well is that, while the commission had focused on a 5-year sort of horizon to let the other rules sit, the prior rules sit, it's always been the intent of the Environment Department to bring a produced water rule back to the commission at some point in the future. And our plans were 2026, again, supported by the 50-year Water Action Plan as trying to bring all those rules to conclusion by 2026. So I just wanted to frame that produced water reuse has always been a topic that the Environment Department was going to bring back to the commission. Getting more pertinent to the testimony you just heard, or to the motion that was filed, the New Mexico Environment Department has worked with the Water Alliance as been represented, not at my level, at the staff level, at the legal and technical level, to provide input on what those rules, the rules that were petitioned, should look like. And I understand from my staff that there will be a modification or amendment to what was provided that will reflect my technical and legal team's input into the rule. So not mine, nothing political, but the good work of the men and women of the Environment Department. I think at that point, we'll decide whether we're going to enter an appearance as the Environment Department or not. So the question, as I see it, before the Environment Department is, are the rules as amended that will be subject to a hearing in the future, the rules, are they satisfactory to the technical and legal staff of the Environment Department? If so, we may not enter an appearance. But if they are not satisfactory, then we will enter an appearance. So I think that's where we are at the Environment Department. So I know that is that is where we are, full stop as of today. So I just wanted to address that and dispel any dark shadow moments that are happening, because I mean, my team is here, my technical team I see is sitting back there, and I think there's been no gag order placed on anyone at the Environment Department that they can't be here today or have an opinion within the department about the nature of water reuse and produced water. Thank you.
Thank you. May I respond?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Secretary Kenny. Right now the discussion is about having the hearing in December. And that would mean, this goes into the next motion. And that means that direct notices of intent would be due in a couple of months, rebuttal soon thereafter, and then the hearing. And so I find that the idea that the Environment Department may, or it's still your position that the department may or may not enter an appearance in this proceeding. Whether NMED, two things. One, the timing is such that that's going to be really difficult if the hearing gets pushed to December. And number two, whether NMED concurs with the petition or not, it would still be beneficial for the commission, in my view, to have their expertise at hand and have their testimony at hand. Every commissioner who sat through that long hearing, saw the quality of work that they do. And it would be important for them to be present, to provide direct and rebuttal testimony, and give their professional opinion.
Other questions for Ms. Fox? Okay, let's go with water. We have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Jennifer Bradfute, and I'm the Executive Director of the Water Access Treatment and Reuse Alliance and their legal counsel in this proceeding. First, I want to point to the fact that Ms. Fox said that there had been no evidence of updated science anywhere in the record. I did file a declaration attached to our response to New Energy Economy's joint motion, which actually contains 6 pages, single-spaced, of peer-reviewed publications cited. Over 70 papers of new scientific publications that have been published in 2024 and 2025. None of those scientific publications were available and ready to be cited in the party's evidence in the last hearing. So there's a lot of new peer-reviewed science that's available. My affidavit also talks about 12 pilot program studies that have been completed. And in Texas, there was testimony given to the Texas legislature that resulted in 12,000 different water quality reports that have been analyzed. There is also a significant amount of data from these pilot projects and additional pilot projects that scientists are currently in the process of putting together. They've analyzed the data and they're getting ready to be submitted for additional peer review publications. So there is robust new science that warrants a new application. And several of those scientists were involved in the drafting of WATER's proposed rule. Moving into Welk's motion and the response, I want to summarize the procedural posture and where we are in this case. In the last hearing held in July, the commission actually voted to set the matter for hearing. And so this decision in front of you today is not to set the matter for hearing or deny setting it for hearing. It will actually be a decision to vacate an order that was issued appointing a hearing officer. That is the procedural question. And with that procedural question, the commission must follow its procedural rules. The commission does have procedural rules for the scheduling of matters. You can appoint a hearing officer, which the order was issued doing, and the hearing officer, once appointed, can issue a scheduling order, which has not happened yet in this case. We did have a scheduling conference, but no scheduling order has been entered. In the absence of a scheduling order that has been entered, the commission has procedural rules regarding deadlines for entries of appearance. An entry of appearance can be filed, I believe, up to 20 days before the hearing. And any party, any person has that time period given by regulation to decide what they're going to do. They have an equal amount of time to decide whether or not they're going to present technical testimony. And then there are procedural regulations in place for presenting non-technical testimony. Here, Welk is asking the commission to treat the Environment Department different. They're saying we must dismiss or don't set this application for hearing because a party has not entered an appearance before a deadline was even established or before any of the regulatory deadlines have run. That is something the commission cannot do. You cannot treat entities differently contrary to established procedural regulations that are printed in the New Mexico Administrative Code. In fact, the Water Quality Act states that the department cannot be treated differently than any other party in a hearing. And so that's a very important point to kind of point out. So when you're looking at persons who participate in hearings, the Water Quality Act actually contemplated that the commission would treat the department as any other party hearing that they were hearing. They would not give them special treatment in their appearances. And so there is no valid legal argument that they should be compelled to appear first before a matter is set for hearing, or that they get truncated deadlines to determine their procedural posture in a case. Secretary Kenny's comments were accurate. The Water Alliance has been meeting with the technical staff at the Environment Department. They requested certain red line changes to the proposed rule. We have drafted those red line changes and sent them back to Environment Department staff for their consideration. And I believe that Environment Department staff should not be rushed in that process. They should have the time afforded to them to give the consideration to the red lines. And then the Environment Department staff, like any other party, should be able to decide its own strategy. Welk here seems to impose its own strategy on the agency and demands that it can tie water's hands in moving forward if the agency doesn't appear now. There's no law. They don't cite to a single statute or regulation that supports their position. And it's well-established law in New Mexico that agencies and commissions must follow their own procedural rules. Thank you.
These buttons confuse me. Commissioner Brancard.
Sorry, you said you found this list of like 60 papers.
Yes,
So you just looked that up recently and found them?
I found them in Google Scholar.
But I mean, recently you just did a search.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so they weren't the basis for this rule.
No, we were working with scientists who worked on several of these papers. So we worked with scientists at NMSU, Colorado School of Mines, University of Colorado. Many of those scientists are authors of these papers, so we knew about some of the literature out there. Many of these papers were referenced in our technical group that we had putting together the paper. But I put together this list of papers in response to the fact that people wanted peer review science listed somewhere. I believe the comment was we had not cited a single peer-reviewed article, or that only one peer-reviewed article existed. That's simply not true.
Okay, so just to get back to regulatory requirements, the State Rules Act requires that the notice for rulemaking identify the technical information that was used in the development of the rule. Your petition did not identify any technical information that was used in the rules.
So there is a difference in the different procedural requirements that you look up in the rulemaking and what goes into it. So the New Mexico Rules Act does contain that information about technical provisions in the rule. The Water Quality Control Commission's procedural regulations and the Water Quality Act have different requirements stated about what goes into the rulemaking petition. We did follow the requirements of the Water Quality Act and the Commission's own regulations, but we also followed the templates of all the recent rulemaking applications filed by the division itself and what was included in a department rulemaking application. And so if our application was deficient somehow, so has been the department's previous applications over the last year.
Okay, well, I'm more concerned about the notice, which hasn't gone out yet. And that notice must identify the technical information. So I think the obligation is on the petitioner to identify the technical information that was used in the development of the rule, not the ones you just found on the web, the ones that were actually used in the development of the rule, so that they can be placed somewhere, perhaps on the department's website, that people can access that information.
Okay, we can do that for the notification process. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Kenny.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, and you know what I just as a highlight here, maybe this is a little less substance than Commissioner Branker just said. What I think is somewhat interesting and merits a call out here, given some of the public comment that I heard, and then the comment both in opposition and then from our academic institutions. So I looked through the list of all the different Google Scholar articles that were presented in the affidavit. And it appears, I think, how many are there total? 60, you say?
In total, it's approximately 74.
74. 17 of those publications are NMSU Produced Water Consortium that have been published post the closure of the entry of scientific information in the last rulemaking. And 7 of them have NMSU contributions. I did not look up if any of those were New Mexico Tech, so I apologize for the New Mexico Tech folks, or UNM for that matter. But I just, it highlights to me that some of the research that scientifically has not been heard in the context of treating produced water has been homegrown scientific research related to the Permian, the Pecos, related to, you know, our the Permian Basin waters that are generated. They're not some of the research comes from other countries, and while a membrane filter may not differentiate the source of the TDS that's coming from a formation elsewhere, I do think it's important that there's an emphasis placed on New Mexico-based science that goes into New Mexico-based rules, and that our academic researchers, who are the ones who are standing by that peer-reviewed science or those scientific articles, are able to be part of any future rulemaking and being able to talk about it. So that is of interest to me, and I just wanted to call that out here, that I did note that about 24 have a direct connection to New Mexico. Thank you.
Other questions? What's the pleasure of the Commissioner Fry?
So let me see here. I'm trying to juggle who said what. So in the joint motion to let me see here. Center for Biological Diversity, New Energy Economy, Western Law Center. I believe that's where they were talking about they were not engaged in discussion of this rulemaking. Can you describe if that has been done or if it plans to be done in advance?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. At the last hearing, I did approach several of the attorneys for the environmental parties and did offer to sit down and meet with them, to offer any questions, to entertain any red lines that they have. I've not been contacted since that point in time. The Water Alliance did host a seminar in Midland where we took a site visit out to a treated produced water pilot project. Out there, it's one of the pilot projects with an application to discharge into the Pecos River to discuss the discharge technology. We did invite and have environmentalist groups attend that. Some of the public commenters who are here today were in attendance. We talked about the fact that this rulemaking would be coming and happening. And also I presented that this rulemaking would be happening at the seminar held at the OK Reservation earlier this summer in May that was put on. It focused on energy, but several environmental groups were in the room. I was on a panel with Meredith Dixon.
Can I ask questions about the next motion or do we want to stick to this one? Okay.
We've got to resolve this one first. Ms. Olson. What's the pleasure of the commission? I'm a little bit apprehensive because there are so many different parties that have expressed interest. If we open it up to Ms. Olson, does that open it up to everybody that has?
Mr. Chair, I think just getting a council opinion would be helpful.
Rather than me paraphrase, would you summarize what?
So I think what I would recommend for the commission is that we have the parties who have submitted the motions. And I think what the commission has decided earlier is that the commission will let the moving party speak and then the responding party speak. Each has 10 minutes and we're limited to that.
Mr. Chair, Matthias Sayer, representing the Water Alliance. I apologize. It's my understanding, and I'm not trying to present the argument here, but that Ms. Olson, in representation of her client, intends to present that as a party, they were not served the motion, and so they didn't have an opportunity to respond to the motion.
What's the pleasure of the commission? Should we allow Ms. Olson to speak? my inclination is yes. So Ms. Olson, go ahead.
Um,
And Ms. Olson, would identify yourself and also for the benefit of everybody that's watching, explain your relationship to the original motion, the proposed rule.
yes, Chair, if I could just have 1 minute to get organized here. Chair Thompson and commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Carrie Olson. I'm an attorney with Spencer Fain, and we represent the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association, the Independent Petroleum Association of New Mexico, and Permian Basin Petroleum Association, collectively referred to as the Energy Trade Associations. We have entered an appearance in this rulemaking, and under the commission's rules, we're a party to this rulemaking. Does that answer your background question? And as Mr. Sayer indicated, despite having entered an appearance and being a party to this proceeding, as Mr. Maxwell pointed out, we were not served with these motions. And I just want to briefly point out under the commission's procedural rules, which govern this rulemaking proceeding, 20.1.6.207, that's the commission's motions rule. For opposed motions, responses to motions, any party upon whom an opposed motion is served shall have 15 days. Under rules of statutory construction, which apply to rules, shall is required to submit a response. We have not had that sufficient time to be able to provide a response to this rule. And so it offered to the commission. I think that you have the information before you upon which you could rule to deny the dispositive motions that are presented. But I would point to your procedural rules and urge the commission that if you're at all inclined to grant either of the motions that were filed by WELC, that it would be procedurally inappropriate to do so without affording parties the right to file a response. So briefly to summarize, I think you do have, based on arguments presented by petitioner, the information you need to deny the motions, but it would be procedurally deficient to grant either of the motions that were filed by WELC because the Energy Trade Associations as parties to this proceeding were not afforded the opportunity to respond consistent with the commission's rules. Thank you.
Questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Olson. One of the issues that was raised, Ms. Fox, go ahead.
For your indulgence, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, our motions were filed prior to their entry of appearance. They entered an appearance on behalf of NMOGA et al. A number of hours after I filed my motion. So service was proper.
In WELC's original motion to dismiss, which was, last month, there was an issue of whether or not we've got some static problems. Oh, it went away as soon as I talk. I don't think it's these microphones. Someplace else. Yeah, council has suggested that perhaps my line of questioning was not appropriate. So we've got a motion. I'll try this one. Maybe it was me. We've got a motion for consideration of the commission to grant a request for hearing. Are we ready to vote on it? Would the commission like more discussion? More questions from the parties?
I've got a question for council. Sorry, Mr. Ugarte. Can you confirm the timing and sequence of the motion and the entry of appearance? I don't have them all up on PDF right now, and I did not jot down the sequence.
I'll look into that and get right back to you.
Thank you.
Chair Thompson.
Commissioner Fry.
Take 5 minutes. We're gonna take 5 minutes.
Yeah, we'll take 5 minutes. Okay, I think we've got the problem solved. And I want to thank the technical folks. How many times have you been at a function and there was problems with the audio visual stuff, and they turn it over to some guy who has not a clue and he just makes it worse? Here we're getting our problems resolved in just a matter of minutes. So I very much appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. So Commissioner, I'm sorry, Council was responding to a question from Commissioner Brancard.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Melander, the answer to your question is that what we've confirmed in discussions with the parties is that the motion for reconsideration was filed on August 4th, while the certificate of service listed the law firm. They actually didn't, service wasn't made to them. So it wasn't really a matter of timing. It inadvertently was not, what we understand is inadvertently wasn't not sent to them.
Thank you, Mr. Ugarte. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay. So are we ready to take action on this motion?
Mr. Chair, if you're ready for a motion, I'd be happy to make one.
Okay.
Chair Nicholson, I want to make a comment before we put this out. Probably.
Let's let Commissioner Fry make her comment.
Okay. So something I keep coming back to is NMED's presence at this hearing. And I'm wondering, is there some way within procedure to allow us to be able to ask questions of the NMED staff who have been involved in discussions on this new proposed rulemaking, other than having them as a participant? I don't see a way around it, but perhaps there is one. Perhaps there's a question for council. I don't know.
Commissioner Kenny.
Yeah, and Chair, Chair, I think one of the we've talked about this internally, and if it's I know my team is probably not expecting me to ask them, either my general counsel or Andrew, our assistant general counsel, to correct maybe what I'm about to say if I get it procedurally wrong. But the department, if it so chooses, and maybe with a little more discussion among the commission, could enter an appearance at some point for rebuttal testimony. And again, I'm seeing a shake of the head, yes, that would allow us to have NMED experts, maybe not offering direct or cross examination, but the commission being able to ask them questions, and just conferring with my team, since 2020. So let me just stop there, because I hope that answers your question, and I won't go on.
That I think that does answer my question. And I have to say, in order for me to continue to support movement towards the hearing, I would need to know that. So,
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, I understand your point, and I want I want our department and our team to be as accessible to the commission as possible. I think there's, as we provide comments on the Water Alliance petition, if those are not accepted, we will certainly make an appearance and put on a bigger show. If they are accepted, and they've been amenable to taking our comments thus far. The notion of, for example, the notion of a permit application submitted to the department that is enacted on or unacted on in a certain time frame, but thereby issued, is unacceptable to us. We don't do that. Now, the legislature has put restrictions on the Environment Department that we have to issue air permits in 180 days, but this is a rulemaking before a commission. And again, if we're not happy with the rulemaking, we would join fully. If we're happy with the rules it's amended and presented, that's where we get into this question of where would the experts from the Environment Department show up. And I think I'm trying to make accommodation that we may not be the experts on the science that has been published since 2022, right? Because we knew the science up through then in order for the last rulemaking. But the science subsequent to that, I think, is best left to the Water Alliance's technical and all the parties' technical folks. But we do want to be fully involved at the staff level in the hearing. So I hope that's gray enough to be helpful. Yeah.
Chair Thompson, maybe. So that sounds to me like a good plan. And just to reiterate, though, even if you agree with everything, I feel like we need, as the commission, need the chance to be able to ask you what was the process like, you know, from your perspective, not just for from water. So
I'd like to follow up. I'm not clear. I think Welk has made a good point that your staff is the technical advisor to this commission. And it sounds like you're saying that you will offer comments to Water's proposal, but you may not introduce formal testimony during the public hearings?
Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to have Andrew or Zach come up and as an engineer, and that they being our attorneys could maybe explain procedurally a little bit better than I could. I think how I hear your question would be that if the New Mexico Environment Department technical staff and legal staff are okay with the proposal as it comes forward, that would be our testimony to the commission that we are okay with the proposals that moves forward. If we're not okay with that, we will make a more robust entry of appearance, maybe more typical to what the commission has seen in the past. So I understand your question, but I think the absence of an appearance is the commission's understanding that the technical and legal staff at NMED are okay with that. When it comes to the administration of a rule, I feel that there's nobody who understands our budget and our budget structure better than myself, and have advocated strongly to build the Environment Department, hold polluters accountable, and focus on those types of issues. And while that may not be a super satisfactory answer to everybody here, I can tell you from a $90 million budget to a $235 million budget, adding 150 new people, reducing the workload of the permitting staff to not have to do enforcement, but focus solely on permits. These are all the things that we've built over time at the Environment Department to be both more nimble, more functional, and more transparent. And those are things that, you know, with the support of my team, but largely I've helped drive that architecture, and happy to talk about it with you all.
you know, because he offered it, I'm gonna jump on it. Could we hear from your counsel? He looked like he was ready to hop up and get up here anyway.
Mr. Chair, I leave it up to them to who's coming up.
And I believe that was to talk about the procedure for NMED on this.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Zach Oguz. I'm the General Counsel for NMED. I did not prepare any kind of a presentation, as we're not parties to this, so I'm not necessarily prepared to present anything to you today. To answer your question, Commissioner, I don't believe there's anything in the WQCC that gives the Commission, in the Water Quality Act or any of the regulations that go along with that. I don't believe that the WQCC has subpoena power. So there's no obligation for NMED to present a witness if it doesn't feel it needs to. And then again, like I said, I don't believe the WQCC has that subpoena power.
So going back to my other question is how, what if NMED is not a party, then how can we as the commission verify with NMED what the discussion was with the parties and their role?
Commissioner, I think that the best representative for NMED on this board or commission would be Secretary Kenny. He's sitting right there. Again, if we're not a party, we don't have an obligation to present any witnesses or testimony or evidence.
Thank you.
Chair Thompson and Commissioner, I appreciate our general counsel's comments. Again, I want to assure you that if we've entered an appearance and are providing direct testimony or some kind of clarification to the rule, I would say it's likely because the Water Alliance did not accept our changes. If we are not entering an appearance, then it's because then our staff is happy. I think your question is, what's the feedback loop for me to ask that of your team on the record officially? We'll continue to think about that administrative process by which we could validate that for the commission. So it's just not my word, but the word of the people who are sitting in the back who work for the Environment Department. So I am committed to doing that.
Thank you so much for helping to address my concerns.
Well, it goes back again. My concerns are a little bit different, but they're related. There is a bunch of new literature and studies and results that we haven't seen validated by technical staff, and I suspect most of the commissioners are not do not feel they are technically qualified to determine whether or not the results that are presented by the 70 new papers and studies, if they are in fact truthful. So it would seem to me to be very helpful to have the technical staff with the NMED who've spent years literally investigating this, to have them give us some confidence in the state of the science.
Mr. Chair, I see your point. I agree with your point. Jason, Avery, the folks in the back of the room, our groundwater bureau, our surface water bureau have a lot of great individuals who could be helpful in that way. We understand that. I'm not sure. I believe from the last rulemaking, we've had a little bit of turnover, at least one person that I'm thinking of. So let me also double check what the bench looks like in terms of the work we did in the prior rulemaking to bring our team up to speed to testify in the way they did versus the work we would need to do to bring our team up to speed now on the work that they would have to do in support of explaining this to the commission. I also think while I think it's important to have a regulator validate the science, I think it is the obligation of the parties to present testimony that that it can be verified and validated as well. So it could be maybe there's a situation where, again, I'm thinking a little bit off the top of my head as an engineer, not a lawyer, but there may be an opportunity that one of the parties may ask the Environment Department to present a witness as well without the Environment Department participating. So again, let me think of the administrative procedures and et cetera. I guess this all comes down to, for me, Mr. Chair, is the notion that the Environment Department would endorse or rule, for me, the notion the environment.
He's testifying, he's not under oath, he's talking about his internal processes. He's telling you if he likes the petition, he won't have a witness, if he doesn't, well, I mean, this is inappropriate testimony. This is testimony. He's not under oath, and I object. I'm sorry, but I think that your counsel should be advising you that this is out of line. This is a violation of ex parte rules. This is a violation of so many rules.
Mr. Chairman, I don't see any of that, but this is a rulemaking. Secretary Kinney is part of the commission. We're a long ways before we get to a formal hearing. So I don't really see what the problem is. Council?
The ex parte did trigger commission. No commissioner will talk to a party after the decision is not a party. Query whether, but query whether secretary's apparent conversations with staff about whether they're going to participate or not as a party comes close or does violate that ex parte rule. Certainly it violates the spirit of that rule. Secretary Kenny can sit as a commissioner. That's authorized under the Water Quality Act. What's not authorized under your rules is that once he sits as a commissioner, he cannot talk with a party or in this case, he's talking to his staff about whether they will be a party or not. That decision is, he's taken himself out of that decision-making process, I believe, under your ex parte rule. So I just lodge an objection and on that basis.
Thank you both for your objections.
Chair Thompson, excuse me, Commissioner Barunda has his hand up.
Commissioner, go ahead, please.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. I just wanted, with Kenny talking, sounds like this is going to be a big decision. What I'm hearing on us as a commission and as a board. And although a lot of us have knowledge, we do have, background in water, wastewater, environment sciences in general. I think it would still be nice to have some of this vetted along with, like, let's just say we go through it. It would be better to have someone else there to say, yeah, I think basically you're on the right path, or maybe we should consider other options. So I see where NMED's standpoint is and how that can even come into a conflict. But I would be more comfortable having someone there also helping us vet the new information and making a decision from there.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I'll chime in just briefly.
seems to me that that's part of our obligation as commissioners is to weigh the pros and cons that are presented to us, whether the Environment Department is engaged or not. It's our responsibility ultimately to make those decisions and to give the weight appropriate to the various presentations that we'll receive over the course of a lengthy hearing. So I'm not sure that how important the Environment Department is as much as the testimony we'll hear from the parties.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
This is Commission Counsel, and we note the objection submitted by Bruce Weatherby online. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, are we ready for a motion?
Commissioners, are we ready? Okay, yes, please go ahead.
I'd move to deny Welk's motion for reconsideration.
Mr. Chair, I'd second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? Are we ready to vote? Okay, I think we are. Ms. Jones. Who's calling the roll?
Vice Chair Anderson, how do you vote?
I vote to deny the motion, I think is the way to say it. No, vote no.
Commissioner Brankard,
No.
Commissioner Barunda,
No.
Commissioner Fry,
No.
Commissioner Kenny,
Mr. Chair, can I just get clarification? I understand that it would be a yes to deny, a no to, it would be a yes to deny the motion. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Commissioner Sloan,
That's correct.
Oh, okay, I need to revote then. I voted to deny. But I said no.
yeah, in the interest of getting this right, let's revote. I think there was some confusion.
Could we restate the motion as well, please?
Please restate the motion.
I believe my motion was to deny Welk's motion for reconsideration, which in turn means we would not reconsider the hearing.
So yes, we're supporting the motion.
You would be supporting my motion. It would be yes to deny. No to allow the motion to go forward.
If I could make a suggestion, so supporting the motion would say deny the motion, and those who want to grant the motion would say grant. Does that make sense? So if you want, if you believe you should grant the motion for reconsideration, you would say grant when you vote. And if you want to deny the motion, you would say deny. Does that make sense? Does that help?
That helps.
Okay.
Sure. Okay, starting at the top again. Vice Chair Anderson, your motion?
Deny.
Thank you. Commissioner Brankard,
Grant.
Commissioner Barunda,
Deny.
Commissioner Fry,
Deny.
Commissioner Kenny,
Deny.
Commissioner Whitty,
Deny.
Commissioner DeBlasi,
Deny.
Commissioner McWilliams,
Abstain.
Commissioner Moander,
Deny.
Commissioner Sloan,
Deny.
Chair Thompson.
Grant.
Thank you. Commissioner Bayless,
Grant.
Commissioner Vehil.
Deny.
Okay. We have 9 denies and 1, 2, 3 grants and 1 abstention. Your denies 1.
Thank you. So let's move on. Yes, we had switched agenda items 7 and 8. 7 was a motion from the Center for Biological Diversity, New Energy Economy, Western Law Center, and Wild Earth Guardians for the commission to comply with an advisory committee. And we're going to swap that with motion number 8, or agenda item number 8, which is joint motion to dispose of the petition outright. So is that clear? We're going to agenda item number 8, and I'm not quite sure who's going to present this. Ms. Nanasi.
Chair Thompson and commissioners, thank you. I'm Mariel Nanasi with New Energy Economy. The Water Alliance petition before you today suffers from a glaring and fatal omission. It cites no science whatsoever to support its request. None. Contrast that with the actual science in the Water Quality Control Commission 2384 record. But Ms. Bradfeud and Mr. Sayer state in argument that new research by, as Secretary Kennedy said, New Mexico-based science is illustrative. And so I tender to you today via Pamela Jones, and I have a copy here for you as well. And I sent it to all the parties this morning. This is science. This was published online in July 2025, and it's from Mike Hightower, Peju, and a number of other New Mexico State University scientists. And I will read to you the first 2 lines. Produced water could be an alternative water resource after treatment for fit for purpose applications. However, comprehensive studies assessing the impact of treated produced water exposure on human health are still lacking. This is not even a month old. This is NMSU's latest science. That's what it is. You've heard, oh, we're going to cite to something, but they haven't brought it forward. But I just brought it forward to you right here. This is entirely consistent with the Commission's own exhaustive May 2025 rulemaking process, which concluded, after 18 months of testimony, data, and expert cross-examination, that there is insufficient scientific support to allow the discharge or reuse of produced water off the oil field. That's what you decided. That's what the science says. Today, that's what the science says. Your decision was evidence-based and frankly inevitable given the record. There is still no scientific consensus that any off-field use of treated or untreated produced water is protective of human health, the environment, or property. Nothing has changed since your ruling. The science is the same, the record is the same. The only thing different is the name on the letterhead. This petition is nothing more than a rebranded industry do-over. The New Mexico Oil and Gas Association, which participated fully in your original proceeding, has now reconstituted itself as the Water Alliance. Water contains many of the same members, and the rest are plainly in privity with NMOGA. You just witnessed right before your very eyes this, just when dealing with the last motion, that the Water Alliance just argued for NMOGA. They are in privity. The law is crystal clear. If a party has had a full and fair opportunity to litigate an issue, as NMOGA and the New Mexico Produced Water Research Consortium did, they cannot simply repackage themselves under a new banner and ask for a second bite at the apple. You heard from John D'Antonio. You heard from him last year when he was NMOGA's expert. Now he's on the Water Alliance board. That's just one instance. There's a whole host of a mapping of all the different relationships that are in our motion. The unanimous U.S. Supreme Court in 2008 in Taylor versus Sturgill, it was a Justice Ginsburg opinion, addressed this exact type of gamesmanship. Justice Ginsburg warned against serial relitigation by aligned parties, especially in public law cases where the number of potential plaintiffs is theoretically limitless. The court emphasized that adequate representation in the first case binds later parties in privity to the same result. This is precisely the situation here. NMOGA has already exercised its legal right to appeal your decision to the Court of Appeals. That is the proper channel for review. But what we have here is an improper collateral attack, an attempt to relitigate in front of the same commission or some of the same commission, an issue already resolved on the merits. Allowing this petition to proceed would waste the commission's resources, undermine public confidence in your process, and invite endless repetitive filings by well-funded industry groups until they get the outcome they want. The public interest and the integrity of your rulemaking process require that you reject this petition outright. The Water Alliance is not bringing you new science. It's not bringing you new law. It's bringing you the same losing arguments you heard before, dressed up in a different corporate logo. This is procedurally improper and contrary to the rule of law. The science says your original rule was right, and fairness says the public shouldn't have to pay for the same fight twice. We urge you to dismiss this petition now with prejudice. Thank you. And my colleague from Center for Biological Diversity, who was also a party in the last case and is part of this motion, would like to address you.
I remind you, you got 10 minutes.
Thank you. Morning, Chair Thompson, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Colin Cox with the Center for Biological Diversity. We participated in the previous rulemaking, and we're here today because thank you. We participated in the previous rulemaking, and we're here today because the oil and gas industry's proposal to reuse their toxic liquid waste off of the oil field is a threat to our fresh water, a threat to our land, and a threat to our health. I'd like to use this time not to repeat Ms. Nasi's arguments, but to just address a few of the misleading things that the petitioner has said in its response to our motion. First, the petitioner is misleading the commission when it frames discharge and reuse as issues that the commission has not yet addressed or is somehow new. The petitioner's claim that the recent rulemaking did not address discharge or reuse is simply false. The commission heard hours of testimony and reviewed thousands of pages of evidence about discharge and about reuse off of the oil field. This commission considered these things, including proposed rules from oil and gas industry representatives that included discharge and reuse. This commission debated discharge at length at its April 8th meeting of this year. 1 month later in May, the commission again debated discharge and concluded, based on all the evidence that the many parties mustered, that discharge and reuse could not be done safely at this time, that the science isn't there yet. Petitioner's statement that their petition is the first time the commission will have the opportunity to consider discharge and reuse is false. The commission considered this and rejected it 3 months ago. The commission should stand by that decision. A few months is not enough time for significant developments in the science that would make the outcome different. The science does not support discharge and reuse as safe. It didn't support it 3 months ago. It doesn't support it today. And the petitioner still refuses to actually show any of the new evidence that purportedly justifies its petition. Instead, we get a Google Scholar search result list which is the kind of thing a middle schooler would get in trouble for submitting as evidence on a research paper. It's not evidence. It's a list of search results. It proves nothing. It's not a citation. The second point I'd like to address is that the petitioner is misleading the commission when it states that this petition builds on the framework of the rule that you just passed in 2384. That rule went into effect on July 12th, about 31 days ago. In the exhaustive hearing that we just concluded, the commission was informed about the poor quality of legacy pilot projects and the junk data and useless data that resulted from many of them. The commission's new rule that just went into effect included a robust set of requirements for pilot projects so that the data they generate would actually be useful in future regulations. But NMED, and this rule's only been in place for a month, so NMED has not approved any pilot projects under the new rigorous framework, at least that I'm aware of, and no data has been generated from the process that the commission just created for that purpose, because it just went into effect. Now, the petitioner says that its new rule, the one it's proposing now, is needed to develop the science. But the robust rule to ensure, to generate that good science through safe and effective pilot projects already exists because this commission just passed it in May, and it just went into effect in July. Rather than building on the new rule that you just passed in 2384, the petition is outwardly hostile towards it. Petitioner doesn't want to build on 2384, it wants to throw it out, it wants to bypass it entirely. Petitioner would trash the new rule and allow all manner of discharge and reuse that the commission just ruled could not be done safely. Many of the corporations that brought this petition under the guise of the Water Alliance are the same corporations seeking to invalidate 2384 under the guise of NMOGA. Petitioners claim that its proposed rule somehow complements 2384 in a layered framework is smoke and mirrors. The commission should reject this petition and allow the rule it just passed to accomplish its purpose of developing the science. And finally, this petition is barred by established legal principles. The commission just decided this issue, and legal principles of res judicata and collateral estoppel bar relitigation of the same issues by the same groups. The very purpose of res judicata and collateral estoppel are to stop exactly the kind of gamesmanship that's occurring here. The same parties cannot return to court and have the same issues relitigated. I just want to briefly address a few of the cases that petitioner raises in its response to its motion. Petitioner kind of misstates the holding in Gila Resources Information Project versus WQCC, a New Mexico case. The court there declined to apply the preclusion doctrine to administrative proceedings where no relitigation would occur, excuse me. That's very different from the instant case here, where we are relitigating the same issues, and this is litigation. GRIP versus WQCC certainly left the door open for the court to find that collateral estoppel and res judicata apply in litigation-based rulemakings. Petitioner also cites a couple of federal cases. The first, United States versus Utah Construction and Mining. Contrary to what petitioner's representation, this opinion does not foreclose the application of res judicata in administrative proceedings. And the second case, Associated Industry of New York State Incorporated versus the Department of Labor, where that court didn't apply res judicata to rulemaking, but that was an informal rulemaking. And indeed, that's an important distinction between most federal rulemakings and what the WQCC does, and that kind of federal is mostly informal notice and comment rulemaking that does not involve litigation. It does not follow kind of adjudicatory procedures like we do here. And so federal courts have declined to apply some of these principles to informal rulemakings. But those opinions, including the Utah construction case, kind of leave open the door for applying these principles where, like in litigation and adjudicatory proceedings. This is a formal rulemaking with rules that mirror those of adjudicatory proceedings. And this proceeding essentially requires litigation, right? It requires all the rules that we've been dealing with and expert witnesses and parties and all that. And res judicata and collateral estoppel must apply to prevent endless relitigation like that proposed in this petition. We ask you, the commission, to dispose of this petition outright. We ask you to protect our waters from this unproven and dangerous waste. Thank you.
Any question from the commission of the attorneys?
I've got a quick question. I looked through the pleadings. There was a lot for this. Do you guys have a case on point that says collateral estoppel absolutely applies to rulemaking? Because having dealt with the administrative system a lot in my career, it seems to me that rulemaking is somewhat open to that. And in fact, that's the whole purpose of rulemaking, is that any subsequent rulemaking held after a rule is enacted could arguably be collateral estoppel because there's going to be some attack on the standing rule. So can you fill the commission in a bit on that if you would?
I think that there is no case that says that specifically, that collateral estoppel and res judicata apply to rulemaking. And it's because, as you say, if there's new science, or there's new, I mean, because under the Water Quality Act, there has to, the decision by this commission has to be based on science. So if there were new science that says, yeah, we can treat produced water, which is what our rule says. If you have new science, bring it forward. But they have no new science. And that's the only exception. You can't just have relitigation, no. And you can have policy changes for sure, but you can't have, I mean, as you know, there's ERC rules and Environmental Improvement Board rules. You can't have a party who's lost, who has an appeal pending, then bring a party, the same parties, either identical or in privy with, come back and bring a new rule. You can't do that. The only exception would be as if there was new science, and there is no new science because the science says we're not there yet. Just exactly what the decision making of this body was back in May.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just have a question. So I appreciate the explanation that you just provided, and maybe again turning to you all and maybe asking our council as well. While I understand, and I think the Water Alliance has said that they will prepare, to Commissioner Brankard's earlier question, a list of the science that would be entered. You're stating there is no new science. So is that based on your research that there's no new science, or simply the fact that they haven't presented their evidence of science?
Two things. One is they haven't presented the science itself.
Understood.
And just like Mr. Cox said, they have a listing, but the listing doesn't say, here is the actual science.
Can I just interrupt? Because I'm not asking about their science or the absence. I'm asking, you have a burden of proof to support your statement there's no new science, merely separate and apart from pointing out the lack of their science.
Well, the thing is that they only get to bring back a new petition if there is new science saying something different than what this commission already decided. But there is no new science. This is the latest science that says we're not there yet, which is exactly what they said. You know, NMOGA said, NMOGA expert witnesses, Mike Hightower from the Produced Water Research Consortium also testified. And then all of our witnesses and your experts said, we can't do this. The science isn't there yet.
Right, through 2022, I agree with you. But could you read the last sentence of that paragraph that you just read from, the very last sentence in the publication you just,
the last sentence of the
abstract?
Given that thermal distillation followed by GAC, which is granular activated carbon, and zeolite filtration eliminated all adverse impacts on human cell lines. This integrated treatment process demonstrates strong potential for safe discharge and beneficial reuse of treated produced water. Not that it's there. It's possible, potentially. That's what we found. That's what our whole 18 months in the last process was. And this is the science, and it says we're not there yet. It could happen, might happen, and that's why this body created the pilot project exception for research, so that, okay, do it. Show us that it's possible. But this so far says it might be possible, not we can do it.
So maybe I'll leave hypotheticals alone, and thank you. I appreciate your responses.
Thank you.
I'm not familiar with that. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with that paper. Who were the authors? Who were the lead authors, and when was it published and where?
I did give this to Pamela Jones, and she did send it out to all of you, I believe.
I haven't had a chance to check my mail.
It was printed on, available online on July 26, 2025. And it's in the Ecotoxicology and Environmental Safety Journal. It's called Comprehensive Cytotoxicity Assessment of Treated Produced Water from Thermal Distillation Using Human Cells. And these are from the Department of the scientists are from Department of Civil Engineering at New Mexico State University in Las Cruces and New Mexico Produced Water Consortium at the New Mexico State University. And some of these people testified in the last hearing, including Michael Hightower.
Okay, so this is one paper by one research group, and yet Water has said that they've got 70 citations, and some of them may not be specific to the questions here, but how can you hang your argument based on one paper?
Well, first of all, the situation about privity is when you have a full and fair opportunity to litigate. That's when they were supposed to bring it. We know Jennifer Bradford was literally in the room at the last hearing. And so you can't the law says you can't sit on the sidelines and not participate and then say, hey, I got something new to tell you. That's not allowed, because that would infringe on the idea of serial litigation, especially in a public setting. So first of all, they had an obligation to bring that forward. We know that NMOGA put in 5,000 pages worth of documents. Some of it was science, but all of that said what I just read to you, which is we're making progress, but we're not there yet. And that's why you decided, okay, look, we will give you an opportunity to come up with that science. If you do, bring it forward. But that hasn't happened yet because the rule just went into effect. And so they haven't followed the scientific guidelines that have to be enforced by NMED with those pilot projects to show you if it's possible that this can be reused and discharged.
So I think you just gave me two issues. One was the collateral estoppel, that you don't want to relitigate it. And that's not really a question I can deal with because I'm not a lawyer, but one conclusion in one paper, and it's a good paper. I know three of these authors very well. But it's only one paper, and familiar with many other papers where they claim they can treat it to basically distill quality water. So I think that you're stretching the actual state of science when you say it's potential, because I think there's other papers that say, no, it's here. Anyhow. Other questions, Commissioner Sloan?
Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm looking at this a little bit differently than maybe less technically. It seems to me that the Water Quality Control Act was, they cite the language, adopt rules to be administered by the department for the discharge, handling, blah, 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 of treated water, produced water, or whatever we're calling it today. I'm not sure that the rule as currently constituted regulates the discharge of produced water. And so from my perspective, in looking at the petition is really setting up a mechanism for developing a discharge program and giving guidance to the agency on what to consider for a discharge permit. The discretion to issue that permit remains with the agency, whether the science is there. If they don't think the science is there, I assume they would deny the permit. So I don't know that we're relitigating the issue in my mind as much as addressing the direction given to us by the legislature to adopt rules related to discharge. Maybe that's more a statement than a question.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Let's hear.
Sorry, continuing with questions.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Were you approached from the Water Alliance to participate in discussion of their rule, their suggested rule?
No. And none of my other colleagues were either. That was just a completely dishonest statement. None of us were consulted.
What's the pleasure of the commission? Do you want to hear from Water Alliance now? Okay, thank you. And again, I remind you, 10 minutes.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll back up a bit. I guess I'm loud today. Matthias Sayer on behalf of the Water Alliance, co-counsel Jennifer Bradfute. Just initially, I do risk of turning this into a quibbling argument over relative nonsense. My co-counsel did discuss after the July 8th meeting with members of this group discussing the rule. So again, who knows if that's worth quibbling over, but that did happen. I think responding to some of the discussion that came up, and then we'll get into some more specifics of the response to this particular motion. Commissioner Brankert asked a really good question about the State Rules Act, which I think became relevant in the context of this motion and whether or not technical testimony, evidence, etc., has been brought forward. I do think that that's an irrelevant question today. If you look at the State Rules Act coupled with the rules relevant to the Water Quality Control Commission, what the State Rules Act requires is that in your notice for hearing, right? So 30 days before your hearing on the rule, you need to include with your notice a listing of technical information relied on in developing the rule. We're not there yet, right? We don't even have a hearing scheduled. So once a hearing is scheduled, we will absolutely comply with the requirements of the State Rules Act, provide the required notice, which would include a listing of the technical evidence that we are relying on in developing the rule. But in the context of the Water Quality Control Commission and the rules surrounding bringing a petition for rulemaking, we have followed to a T the requirements of the rule. We filed a petition coupled with a statement of reasons, and which led the commission to grant a hearing at the July 8th meeting. Obviously, we're here examining some motions related to that. in response to, whether or not one piece of, one research paper brought forward today, again, I don't think it's relevant because I don't think we're here today, litigating the science, because that's the purpose of the rulemaking, and the eventual hearings, filing of, direct and rebuttal testimony. But nevertheless, I do think it's worth also noting, in addition to the papers that my co-counsel referenced, just in response to this argument that there is no new science, Dr. Sullivan from New Mexico State University mentioned dozens of publications. In fact, there are at least 34 of those are listed on their website. A relatively, I won't call it a comprehensive examination of every exhibit, but a fairly thorough examination of exhibits filed in WQCC 2384. I was able to see that 7 of those 34 papers were made part of the record, only 7 of the 34. So in addition to the dozens of papers filed on New Science, there are papers that were available that were not made part of the record. And just, one last thought on that. When the New Mexico Environment Department entered into a memorandum of understanding with the New Mexico State University, if you look at that MOU, there's a reason why the Environment Department reached out and entered into this arrangement, because the Environment Department is not a research entity. Their statutory instruction is to implement the rules that this body adopts. Right? So recognizing that they are not the research organization, they partnered with New Mexico State University and said, we need you to do this research to help fill the gaps. So that is why we are here with this petition, because so many of these gaps have been filled. And if you look at our response to the new energy economy motion, you'll look at the gap filling that has occurred over the last 8 years, in response to some of the initial, words on paper that started to identify gaps that needed to be filled. So this is, long story short, this is not a response to a commission decision in May, trying to relitigate something that you litigated. This is part of a long-term effort to gap fill. And we're here because we're working with technical experts, right, who have done the work to be able to say these gaps have been filled. Then the question will be yours, to examine the science as it's presented and then make conclusions based on that science. But suffice it to say, there is science supporting the proposal, and we engaged with, in robust meetings with those scientists. So pivoting to, the argument of res judicata and collateral estoppel, I do think it's helpful just to back up a second and remind ourselves the distinction between a rulemaking and an adjudication. An adjudication is generally referred to as a quasi-judicial setting, whereas a rulemaking is a quasi-legislative setting. And in a quasi-judicial setting, the decision maker is looking at facts, making findings of facts, and then conclusions of law, applying the law to the facts as it's been seen, right? And then it tells those parties, these are your rights and or obligations and or consequences based on the facts as we find them and the law as we have applied it, right? So it makes sense to have these preclusion doctrines available in that context, because as to those specific parties, which that's important, their rights and obligations have been determined. In the context of a legislative or quasi-legislative setting, as courts around the country have held over and over and over, res judicata and collateral estoppel do not apply, because it's a legislative setting where policy is being contemplated. No one's rights, the rights of parties, are not being determined. So imagine a bill brought forth in the legislature, and the bill fails. The bill cannot be brought up next year unless a different party brings it. If we're applying collateral estoppel and res judicata, that's what that would mean in a legislative or quasi-legislative setting, right? So from a policy standpoint, that is why these two doctrines don't apply to a rulemaking. Now, if you examine New Energy Economy's motion, you'll find one case that supports the argument that res judicata and collateral estoppel apply, and it's the Gila court from the New Mexico Court of Appeals. And I do think it's worth stating the specific language from that court. The court's specific language was, because the at issue rulemaking proceeding was not an adjudication, the principle of collateral estoppel has no bearing. Right? That was their holding on the issue. Collateral estoppel, res judicata do not apply because the issue at context was not an adjudication. New Mexico courts are not alone in this holding, and I think I'll end with this language from the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, where it said, the short answer to any res judicata claim would be that administrative action operates as res judicata only when an administrative agency is acting in a judicial capacity. They followed up and said, only what is adjudicated can be res judicata. Administrative action other than adjudication cannot be res judicata, even if an exercise of the rulemaking power depends on a finding of fact. Neither the rule nor the finding is regarded as res judicata. New Energy Economy's motion lives or dies on the application of these two preclusion doctrines. They simply do not apply. This commission can, because it's been given this discretion from the legislature, it could hear the same rule 72 times in 72 days if it wanted to. That is your discretion, right? And so we've brought to you a petition, and I'm going back to Commissioner Brankard's question, are you serious? We think we've brought a very serious petition with a very serious draft rule, and we've worked with very serious professionals to prepare that. And so we're very serious. The doctrines of res judicata and collateral estoppel do not apply, and New Energy Economy's motion should be denied.
Thank you for your presentation. Our chair had to step away for a moment, so I'll step in as chair and continue to lead the meeting. Do we have any questions from the commission? No? Okay, we'll give people a moment to consider their questions.
Madam Vice Chair, Commissioner Barunda has his hand raised on the platform.
Oh, thank you. Commissioner Baruga, go ahead.
Okay, so I had a quick question. So the ruling has not changed, correct? This is a motion to look at new evidence, and then, but the motion or the rule stands as is. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Barunda, yes, the rule adopted by the Commission in WQCC 2384 stands unimpaired. Our petition is a petition to amend portions and of that rule and add what was entirely absent from WQCC 2384, which is a comprehensive permitting program.
Okay. So yeah, as of right now, the rule has not changed. Again, stands as is. We're just looking at new evidence to basically come back and do an amendment. Is that fair to say?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Brunda, I believe the answer to your question is yes. This is a petition to amend a portion of the current administrative code.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Discussion. Commissioner Kenny, it looked like you were reaching for the button. Commissioner Brankard. Okay,
I guess I'm going to explain my vote before I vote. I'm going to vote against this motion, even though I voted for the last motion. And the reason why is that I voted for the last motion because I think as a matter of policy, I disagree with the commission's decision to go forward with this rulemaking after we had just been through this massive rulemaking, leaving it no time for that rule to come into effect and to do what the commission wanted to do. And the commission had total discretion whether to grant or deny that hearing, and the commission has chosen to grant that hearing. This motion is an attack on the legality of the commission's decision to hear this, a new petition. And I think there is simply no basis for a legal attack on the commission's position to hear the new case. As pointed out, this collateral estoppel issue is really designed for adjudicatory hearings. This is a rulemaking hearing. It doesn't apply. I was slightly heartened that Namoga's brief did actually mention the case that I think is the one most relevant to this case, and that is Earthworks versus the Oil Conservation Commission. It involved the pit rule, which was amended 3 times in 5 years by the Oil Conservation Commission. By the time that the commission got to the last rulemaking, the first 2 rulemakings were sitting on appeal in the courts. Okay, and the parties attacked that decision in the courts, claiming that they can't go ahead because it's on appeal. It's the same issues, and it was the same issues. The commission just kept sort of changing its mind about policy, about how tough a rule to have. And the court just sort of threw that out and basically said, as Mr. Sager said, you can amend a rule as many times as you want. You know, if next month Sierra Club shows up with a petition to amend this rule, the commission could decide to have a hearing on that rule. Or New Energy Economy or Mr. Maxwell, anybody shows up, the commission could decide to have another hearing on this rule. It's entirely discretionary on the commission's part about whether to have hearings on new rules. And I hope this was explained at last month's hearing. It's entirely discretion to deny petition also. In fact, it's one of the few places in New Mexico statutes where the legislature actually says that decision cannot be appealed. Everything else we do can be appealed, but a decision to deny a rulemaking petition cannot be appealed. I hope that was explained last month when you made your decision. Anyway, I just wanted to explain my position before I got there. Mr. Fraud.
Were you going to comment? I can wait. Okay. Someone brought up earlier that the 5 years sunset of the previous rules was not the date that the rule ends in 5 years, but it did not. It was to allow us to think about other rules, and therefore I feel like we need. If there's other rules that come up, I really feel like we need to hear them. But I do get, and this is just on a personal basis, I get a little twitchy that we just passed this rule and say in another year and a half we pass another rule. The waste of time and money really concerns me, but I feel like we need to hear this.
Okay, other questions, comments? Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Chair, and just reacting to Commissioner Fry's point, and as somebody who's been in government now for a little while, I don't see this as a waste of time and money. I think this is exactly what a commission should be doing, and simply because the legislature hasn't put in place a formality like there are in other states of monthly air quality control commission meetings and water quality control commission meetings as we are all professionals, I don't mean this in any negative way, a professionalized way doesn't mean we should shy away from the growing science in the urgency of the environment that we have right now in New Mexico. So I'm just recasting your comment as I actually think this is good government to be embracing new and science, new technologies as in real time as we can. I think that the problem with the last rulemaking and the problem with potentially any
I
future
had to jump
rulemaking
onto this funding meeting.
of pushing this out any further is we risk what you're prophetically saying coming true, which is a year and a half out in the same rulemaking. Things can change significantly from the time we hear testimony. So I think it's not only incumbent of us to recast this as good government, but to also say that there's urgency to move fast.
I would also add, there is a lot of money being put into research on this problem in New Mexico, Colorado, Texas, Wyoming, Oklahoma. There are major research efforts. So knowledge is developing very fast. Just an editorial comment. Someone sent Ms. Jones a question. Are we accepting questions from other parties? And the answer is on these motions, no. Some of the other parties have entered a notice to appear when we have the actual hearings, but on these motions, we're just taking comments from the folks in the room. With that said, is there discussion? Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I just had one other comment to add to really what both of you have just said, which is the urgency of water in New Mexico. As state engineer, I can't help but comment on the importance of all types of water in New Mexico and all of the tools that we have in our toolbox to help make sure we have a sustainable water supply now and into the future. And considering in light of new technologies, developing technologies, new resources, these new water supplies are incredibly important, as highlighted in the 50-year water action plan. And I just want to really emphasize that, the process of going through this and inspecting the science and considering the options that are out there and how we can utilize them in the state is really important. So thank you.
I would entertain a motion. Mr.
Chairman, I'm going to do it again. I move to deny the joint motion to dispose of the petition outright.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Fry.
Just that we are doing deny, or what were the two choices again? Sorry, grant. Yes, thank you.
Okay, to clarify, a motion to deny is to deny, or a vote to deny rather, is to deny the joint motion to dispose of the petition. Is that clear? Okay, we ready to vote? Ms. Jones?
Vice Chair Anderson, what is your vote?
Deny.
Thank you. Commissioner Brankard.
Deny.
Commissioner Barunda.
Grant.
Commissioner Fry.
Deny.
Commissioner Kenny.
Deny.
Commissioner Woody.
Deny.
Commissioner DeBlasi.
Deny.
Commissioner McWilliams.
Abstain.
Commissioner Moander.
Deny.
Commissioner Sloan.
Deny.
Chair Thompson,
Deny.
Commissioner Bayless,
Deny.
Commissioner Vehil.
Deny.
Motion to deny passes.
Okay. Let's take a 15-minute break and then we'll deal with joint motion from the Center for Biological Diversity, New Energy Economy, Western Environmental Law Center, and Wild Earth Guardians. We comply with the requirements to have an advisory committee. So 15 minutes, we'll reconvene. 15 minutes, 2:55. Okay, so we are reconvening and we are now considering agenda item number 7. Again, we swapped the order. We dealt with 8 before we did number 7. Agenda item number 7 is a joint motion from the Center for Biological Diversity, New Energy Economy, Western Environmental Law Center, and Wild Earth Guardians for the commission to comply with advisory committee requirements and to hold hearings in the summer of 2026. So again, each party's got 10 minutes and looks like Ms. Fox is going to present the case for the joint motion.
At the risk of being saturated by me, yes.
Never. Never.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, my name is Tanis Fox. I'm a lawyer with Western Environmental Law Center. It's been a long day and I will try to be brief. The Center for Biological Diversity, New Energy Economy, WELC, and Wild Earth Guardians filed this motion with the understanding from the pre-hearing conference that was held by the hearing officer at the end of July, that the commission would be deciding the date and place of the hearing at this meeting. Although I note it is not on your agenda, but that is the reason for filing this motion with the commission. On behalf of those groups, we respectfully request that first, prior to any hearing in this matter, the commission ensure that the mandatory requirements for holding an advisory committee, getting public input, and holding stakeholder negotiations be met. And second, that the hearing be held in the summer of 2026 in Santa Fe. We set forth the full requirements regarding establishing an advisory committee, which are at section 7464L in the Water Quality Act. Convening an advisory committee is required prior to promulgating rules for, quote, particular industries. That section provides in part, quote, the constituent agency shall establish an advisory committee composed of persons with knowledge and expertise, particular to the industry category and other stakeholders, to advise the constituent agency on appropriate rules to be proposed for adoption by the commission. The rules shall be developed and adopted in accordance with the schedule approved by the commission. The schedule shall incorporate an opportunity for public input and stakeholder negotiations. During the recent produced water rulemaking, NMED staff was clear in their testimony that they believed they were required to establish an advisory committee and seek public and stakeholder input. And in fact, NMED did establish a produced water advisory committee to meet those very requirements. Those same requirements apply to this rulemaking. The language of the Water Quality Act is mandatory. NMED shall establish an advisory committee. The rules shall be developed in accordance with the commission-approved schedule, and that schedule shall incorporate an opportunity for public input and stakeholder negotiations. There is no exemption in that provision for third-party petitions. Third-party petitions were allowed when that 2003 amendment, the 2003 amendments requiring advisory committees were adopted. There is no exemption from the advisory committee requirements if NMED is not a party in the rulemaking. The Water Quality Act's requirements to establish an advisory committee are mandatory and non-discretionary. Prior to any hearing on Water's petition, those requirements must be met. In its response, Water argues the section in the Water Quality Act that allows third parties to file a rulemaking petition, and that's at section 7466B, doesn't, quote, qualify or limit the rights of the person filing the petition. Water argues, therefore, that the Water Quality Act requirements to establish an advisory committee don't apply to third-party petitions. This argument is just wrong as a matter of statutory construction. Statutes are to be read as a whole. The advisory committee requirements apply to all rulemaking petitions that impact particular industries, including petitions filed by NMED and petitions filed by third parties. NMED's authority to file petitions is found at 7469H and is cited by Water in their response. There is nothing qualifying or limiting in that section either. Advisory committees are not mentioned. Nonetheless, the advisory committee requirements apply to both provisions, whether a third party or NMED files the petition. Anytime there's a rulemaking that affects a particular industry, the advisory committee requirements apply. These are not requirements, as Water suggests, that, quote, tie the hands of third parties. These are requirements that the legislature has established that must be followed, and that in fact were followed previously. Water's complaint that the requirement is burdensome lies with the legislature. Water argues that its petition does not impact particular industries. That's just not the case. Water's proposed rules directly impact the oil and gas industry and the water treatment industry, which is why parties representing both those industries have entered appearances in this matter, because their particular industries are impacted. NMED previously believed the advisory committee requirements applied to the first produced water rulemaking. And as NMED staff put it, quote, the department in this instance is required to establish an advisory committee. NMED did not choose to initiate the advisory committee, as Water claims. NMED recognized that it was required to do so and did so. And the commission itself is under mandatory obligations under the Act to approve a schedule that incorporates an opportunity for public input and stakeholder negotiations. The advisory committee requirements represent sound public policy that promote early involvement in the rulemaking process of the public and the impacted industry and requires stakeholder negotiations that may help narrow disagreements that come before the commission. These public policies are furthered whether or not NMED is a participant in the rulemaking. Even if NMED is not a party, the agency may well benefit from the stakeholder and public input process on a rule, if passed, that NMED would implement. Moreover, given the fact that this commission just held a rulemaking in which parties' views so substantially diverged, there's all the more reason to call the parties and other stakeholders together to try to reach common ground. In a rush to get this petition to hearing, Water asked the commission to ignore the rule of law, but the mandatory non-discretionary advisory committee requirements apply to this rulemaking. There are no exceptions. We next ask that the hearing in this matter not be held in December. The Water Quality Act requires interested persons be given, quote, a reasonable opportunity to participate. It is simply not possible for our groups to participate effectively and meaningfully if a hearing is held this December. This would mean that the party's full direct case would be filed.
Windows. This is democracy, not Kennedy froze hundreds of millions of dollars of mass raised continue to terrorize.
This would mean that the party's full direct case would be filed in 2 months or so.
While documenting raids, including U.S. citizens.
It is simply not possible for our groups to adequately prepare a direct case in 2 months' time. Indeed, Water Council has told the Commission at the last meeting that they had working on their rule with experts for 9 months. Our groups must identify experts, identify how to fund the experts, and assist the experts with developing their testimony and preparing exhibits. Given the technical complexity of Water's 46-page proposed rule, this is just not possible in 2 months' time. It would be fundamentally unfair to hold a hearing in December. Council for all our groups have prepared declarations detailing why a December hearing is not possible. For my part, for example, I am lead counsel in a complex rulemaking before the Oil Conservation Commission, which goes to hearing for 2 to 3 weeks on October 20th. This work is nearly full-time. Representing WELC and likely other NGOs, I could not even start to work on this petition in earnest until after that hearing sometime in November. There is no good reason to bulldoze this rule with an overly aggressive hearing schedule. There's a rule in place governing reuse of produced water that prohibits discharge at this time, but allows science to move forward with pilot projects. This is not an agency rule where the end of the current administration is a factor. There is no emergency. Water argues that NMED has said it may take up to a year to receive permits for pilot projects under the Commission's rule at 20.6.8 NMAC, and therefore, quote, this means that scientific research on produced water in New Mexico may be forced to pause, potentially for a year. First, the permit requirement, as this commission well knows, does not apply to university laboratory work, where so much of the best research is going on. So it's just not accurate that research will be stopped for a year. Second, the commission, reading the Produced Water Act and the Water Quality Act in tandem, determined that a permit was needed for pilot projects. Industry participated in that rulemaking and made its arguments about the legality and propriety of the permit requirement. The commission made its decision, and this proceeding is not the forum to challenge that decision. Water argues a summer 2026 date is unreasonable, citing other rulemakings, but none of the other rulemakings cited included the time it takes to convene an advisory committee, which was required here and which takes months. And even if the advisory committee process did not go forward, 2 months' time is just not adequate to prepare a direct case. Mr. Sayer, in an email to the hearing officer and counsel in this proceeding, compared this proceeding, this rulemaking, to the OCC rulemaking I just identified, in which I'm lead counsel. That rulemaking is a good example of how these rulemakings should proceed. We filed the petition in June of 2024 and asked for an October 2024 hearing. However, we immediately contacted Industry Council and the Oil Conservation Division to enter in discussions over the rules we proposed. We worked with all council and agreed by September 2024 to postpone the hearing until the next year, until April 2025. All parties agreed to that date. We postponed the hearing again because OCD took longer than anticipated, submitting alternate proposals to the parties. All parties agreed to postpone the hearing to October 2025. This proceeding differs significantly from that proceeding. As petitioners, we worked hard to make sure to accommodate everybody's schedules, and we never brought a scheduling conflict dispute.
Excuse me, Ms. Fox, that's 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. We request that the advisory committee requirement be met and that the hearing not be held until summer of 2026. And thank you for your attention, and I stand for questions now or later.
Questions? So, run this by me again, how this proposed rule covers a particular industry?
Because it affects both the oil and gas industry and the water treatment industries.
Well, I mean, our rules affect a lot of industries, but I don't think that necessarily triggers that statutory provision. I mean, as you would be well aware, the copper rule, the dairy rule are rules that are specifically designed for an industry. We don't really regulate the oil and gas industry here, so I'm just sort of struggling with the particular industry requirement.
Well, the requirement is that if it impacts particular industries, and I agree with NMED's interpretation previously, which is why it convened advisory committee several years ago, that their produced water rule, which of course, proposed to prohibit discharge to surface and groundwater, impacted water treatment companies, the water treatment industry, and the oil and gas industry. I concur in that opinion of the impact of the advisory committee requirements.
Other questions from commissioners?
Chair Thompson,
Please.
So maybe just addressing the notion that a advisory committee would apply outside of an agency bringing the rulemaking. So I think it's clear that if NMED were bringing a rulemaking to the WQCC, it would and did, as it had in the past, convened a advisory committee. But can you maybe recap why you believe, or what it supports your statement that even if NMED is not bringing the rulemaking, it has a legal obligation to convene an advisory committee?
Mr. Chairs, Commissioner Kenny, thank you for that question. If you look at the language in that provision, it doesn't say anything one way or the other about who's bringing the petition, whether it's a constituent agency or a third-party petition. Those requirements are mandatory. There's no exceptions. It doesn't accept out third-party petitions.
So if the argument would then be if a industry, I'm not going to name one, but let's just say an industry wanted to come in and propose rules that the Environment Department not only disagreed with, but there's no other provision of law that would restrict those rules from taking effect. So this might be very hypothetical. The Environment Department would have to convene an advisory committee for rules that it did not, for rules that may be contrary to its mission.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Kenny, that's exactly right. Maybe all the more reason they should convene an advisory committee to get the stakeholders together to try to work out the problems. But again, there's no, and that's assuming that the commission went forward with the hearing in the first place, which it might not if NMED opposed the petition. But if the hearing is going to go forward, then yes. There's no exceptions in that statutory language.
Thank you. And maybe for the commission and not directed directly to you, Ms. Fox, the Environment Department has a different legal opinion and than what's presented, in that we would that we affirm that bringing a rule to the commission from the agency, the constituent agency, merits a advisory committee, but the legal construct that we have to bring, we have to convene an advisory committee for any role, even when it's not the even when it's not the agencies, is something that we would disagree with. Thank you.
So let me follow up on that. The Water Quality Act 7464L says the constituent agency shall establish an advisory committee. And what's the constituent agency here?
Mr. Chair, the constituent agencies are the rubric used in the Water Quality Act to identify agencies which include NMED, which include OCD, that may implement your rules. So the constituent agency in this case would be NMED, because it would be implementing the proposed rule.
So the constituent agency is the agency which will implement the rule. And OCD doesn't have a part in this?
I don't know.
I don't either.
If it's a constituent agency, then it would have a part, and it would be obligated to also maybe co-convene or convene an advisory committee.
And is the composition of the advisory committee and the conduct of the advisory committee that specified in the Water Quality Act?
Mr. Chair, no.
So it could be a very small group.
I mean, sorry, I've got
please.
this provision here. It says the constituent agency shall establish an advisory committee composed of, your question, of persons with knowledge and expertise particular to the industry category and other interested stakeholders to advise the constituent agency on appropriate regulations to be proposed for adoption by the commission.
Thank you.
So it would be relevant case by case basis.
So last time, the advisory committee was a large number of people, 30, 40 people, something like that. And believe they met 2 or 3 times, but you want to just administratively get around the rule. Couldn't we just have an advisory committee of 4 or 5 people, have a couple of meetings and call it good?
Mr. Chair, the last advisory committee, that was the produced water advisory committee, had 32 members. I was a member on behalf of WELC. We met 4 times. We were given a draft of the rules to comment on the rules, and parties commented on the rules. We had presentations from NMED. There was discussion among the parties. It was not a perfunctory process. I'm not suggesting that if an advisory committee is convened, that it be a perfunctory process. What I'm suggesting is that there are important public policy goals behind the advisory committee requirement, and that those would be furthered and should be furthered by adhering to those requirements.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Fry, I saw your finger heading towards the microphone.
I just had a statement for you, Chair Thompson. You were asking about the agency, and because this role is not on oil and gas, I would think it would only be NMED. That's my non-legal interpretation.
The two kind of overlap in a number of different ways on this one.
Mr. Chair, the difference in this case is that House Bill 546 made it clear that it would be the Environment Department implementing reduced water rules.
Okay, thank you.
Normally, we decide who the constituent agency is, but in this case, the legislature actually specified the Environment Department.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Ms. Fox, thank you.
Thank you.
Water, it's your turn. Again, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I'm going to delve into the advisory committee requirement first, and then I'll kind of cover the other points covered by Ms. Fox. Reading the advisory committee statute language in context, it's found at 74-6-4 subpart L. It says the commission may adopt rules for particular industries. The commission shall adopt rules for the dairy industry and the copper industry. The commission shall consider, in addition to the factors listed in subsection F of this section, the best available scientific information. The rules may include variations in requirements based on site-specific factors, such as depth and distance to groundwater and geological and hydrological conditions. The constituent agency shall establish an advisory committee composed of the persons with knowledge and expertise particular to the industry category and other interested stakeholders. And then it goes on from there. This was an amendment made to the Water Quality Act before the dairy rule and the copper rule were promulgated by the commission. Those are separate rulemakings in the administrative code, and they relate to specific industries. When you look at the dairy rule in the administrative code and you look at the copper rule in the administrative code, they apply respectively to discharges from all dairy facilities and discharges from all copper facilities. In contrast, Part 20.6.8 is a reuse rule. When the commission met last year, it created reuse standards for a whole variety of different wastewater. So it maybe not standards, let me backtrack. It created definitions for a lot of different types of water. And the goal there was wastewater reuse. How do you reuse different types of wastewater? Anybody, presumably, will be subject to those regulations whenever the type of wastewater involved applies. Treated produced water was considered one of the reuse waters by definition that you all created under 20.6.8. Treated produced water is a type of water. Under the rules that you promulgated, it does not say treated produced water discharges from all oil and gas facilities. And it cannot statutorily. Actually, when House Bill 546 was enacted, there were amendments made to the Oil and Gas Act and to the Water Quality Act. The Oil and Gas Act was amended so that the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department specifically had jurisdiction over produced water uses within the oil and gas industry. And NMED and the Commission do not have jurisdiction to regulate uses from the oil and gas industry. Instead, the Water Quality Act was then amended in section 74-6-4 subpart Q, and it was actually required in 2019 to adopt rules to be administered by the department, meaning the Environment Department, for the discharge, handling, transport, storage, recycling, or treatment for the disposition of treated produced water, including disposition in road construction maintenance, roadway ice or dust control, or other construction, or in the application of treated produced water to land for activities unrelated to the exploration, drilling, production, treatment, or refinement of oil and gas. So this is not an oil and gas industry rule. It cannot be statutorily. You don't have jurisdiction to issue an oil and gas industry rule. As far as water reuse industry, what industry is that? Is it the concrete industry? Is it the construction industry? Is it the dust control industry? Really, if you look at the proposed rule, it controls who would be subject to that proposal, and it's any person who wants to use treated produced water and can meet the application, water characterization, testing, monitoring, financial assurance, and reporting requirements as proposed under that rule. It is not industry specific, and it does not bar other industries or preclude any particular industry from using water or submitting an application. As a result, the advisory committee component, that statutory language cannot apply.
And it does not apply in this instance. And this rulemaking is very different than the industry-specific rulemakings for the dairy rule and the copper rule. If you were to find that it did apply, which I don't think that it does, you cannot read that part of the statute in isolation and add words to it, saying if you do not have an advisory panel, any person cannot file an application. If you accepted the NGO argument as true, then you would have to have an agency agree with the rulemaking and hold an advisory committee before a petition could be set for hearing. But that's not what the Water Quality Act states. The Water Quality Act's requirements for filing a rulemaking petition are very clear. It says any person can file a rulemaking petition. And then the commission has discretion to determine on a policy basis if it's going to set that matter for hearing. This commission voted last month and decided to set this petition for hearing. And there's no reason now to kind of backtrack or add additional requirements to that process. But I will say that the Water Access Treatment and Reuse Alliance has actually been engaging in robust outreach with stakeholders, which we will present testimony of at the rulemaking. We held a seminar that I mentioned earlier today in Midland, where we had a wide variety of stakeholders, including a member of the legislature, environmental groups, regulators from New Mexico and regulators from Texas that came and talked. And there was a presentation of treatment technologies. We held another event with members from the Environmental Protection Agency, several members of NMED staff, TCEQ, the Railroad Commission, just in May of this year, where we also talked about technical issues and helped derive certain components of the rulemaking. So our argument and position is that there has been robust outreach and that the advisory committee provisions do not apply to this rulemaking. In regards to the NGO's arguments that they are not available for rulemaking in December, we looked at the typical timelines for rulemakings from this agency. We filed our proposed rule in June. June to December is not 2 months, there's many months. We since then received robust pleadings in this case, delaying this rulemaking from being set for hearing. That is not the Water Alliance's fault that these motions have been filed, that there's been overlapping, duplicative, and cumulative arguments that we've heard today and that we heard at the last hearing. Many of these arguments were raised at the last hearing. The NGOs have 4 attorneys on their side, but when you look at their organizations, they also have other attorneys that work for them. There are 40 different attorneys that work for the Center for Biological Diversity listed on their website. They have 200 staff members. There are numerous attorneys that work for Wild Earth Guardians, and they have, well over 10 staff members. And there are multiple attorneys that work for the Western Environmental Law Center. They have 4 attorneys all arguing the same positions and representing the exact same interest in this case. For them to argue that they are understaffed and under-resourced and cannot make a rulemaking hearing within the typical timeframe set by the commission and in other rulemaking proceedings involving the Environment Department, I think is a delay tactic, because ultimately they don't want this hearing to be heard. Finally, the last point, which was not mentioned in Ms. Fox's argument, is they have requested that the hearing be set in Santa Fe and not in the communities actually impacted by the proposed rule. I think that that would be an injustice to the people who live where most of the produced water is produced. Really, we are talking about abundant amounts of water that are produced in Lee and Eddy County. We have very clean produced water produced up in the San Juan Basin and in the northern part of the state. People who live in those areas of the state cannot get to a hearing on a Tuesday at 9 a.m. in Santa Fe. As we saw today, we did not see a lot of representation from Southeast New Mexico. We do hear a lot of representation from folks who live in Santa Fe, who would like to tell the people in southeastern New Mexico how and when they could use their water resources. Good government is bringing government to the people in the areas where the impact is happening. And for that reason, we ask that this matter be set in southeastern New Mexico. The petition requested JAL. The hearing officer has later talked about holding the hearing in Hobbs, New Mexico. I think either location would be appropriate. But I think that this commission should hear from the communities where the water is being produced, from the communities who see the water being transported to Texas every day. And they see and witness the missed opportunity for New Mexicans to treat and use that water in their own projects for their own economic development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brathier. Questions from the commission? Mr. Brancard.
Okay, so we went through an 18-month hearing process on a rule that had about 2 or 3 pages, maybe, about produced water. And now you're proposing about 40 pages of rules governing produced water, including, the difference between what the commission approved and what you're proposing is simply astonishing. You look at the definitions of things like commercial use, industrial use, it's anything. You're proposing that produced water can be used for almost anything except drinking water and food crops. And so my question is, why in heaven's name wouldn't you want a stakeholder meeting before you get raked over the coals for months at a public hearing?
We are planning on holding stakeholder meetings. So we are going to hold 4 public stakeholder meetings before the hearing occurs. The way that I read the NGO joint motion is they want to delay the setting of this hearing and hold a hearing sometime next summer so that the advisory committee process can go forward. That is not a statutory requirement when you read the statute in context. And so I think that's an incorrect reading of the statute. The Water Alliance is having public outreach events. We've already done about 6 this year, and we are planning very public outreach sessions.
Okay, so we'll have a hearing in December. Public notice will be done when?
I believe it needs to be done 60 days. I apologize, I don't have the rule in front of me before the date of the hearing.
So early October, September, right? And you probably need to get to the, okay?
Yes.
So if you're having these stakeholder meetings in the next month or two, my concern, what we went through in the last hearing, which was a real pain in the butt, was that we had a moving target. The Environment Department introduced one rule, and then they amended the rule. And in the end, the commission had to basically rewrite the whole rule to make it fit the statutes. And boy, I see us heading right in that same direction again with all the issues that you're raising through this. We're probably going to spend a couple of days during the hearing debating about car washes and laundromats. You guys are creating so many issues that are going to raise so many problems for this commission. It would be a huge benefit to the commission if you had a robust stakeholder process and seriously consider, I think, limiting the scope of your rulemaking. It was never in the intent of the commission when we passed the last set of regulations to go from nothing to 60 in 2 seconds. Okay? The goal was incremental changes built on what the commission had built. And instead, you're proposing to completely repeal the entire effort of the commission and do something that nobody considered from the beginning in this rulemaking. And to think that that's not going to result in a massive rulemaking that's going to make the commission's life miserable and your life miserable, because you're going to be sitting there answering questions about laundromats and car washes. And does this apply to, swimming events? I would seem to me to be totally in your benefit to get a lot of input and perhaps focus this rulemaking in a way that you can really actually get something done. Otherwise, the commission will, after the hearing, just totally rewrite your rule the way we think it should be, like we did with the last rule.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, The rule that we have drafted is based on rules from other jurisdictions related to water treatment and discharge. We have.
Where?
Well, I believe that.
What other jurisdiction has a produced water rule, reuse rule like the one you're proposing?
It is a combination of several different states. We looked at Wyoming. We looked actually at California's direct potable reuse rule, and then we looked at California's system for produced water reuse, which has been in place for decades. We looked at offshore treated produced water reuse. We looked at NIPD's programs rules out there. And so we have a very robust set of rules and regulations that we actually used in the drafting process as templates. Now, obviously, this rule is going to be first of its kind. And I do understand that because this is a combination of several of those rules. But actually, the feedback that we are getting from the department, the red lines have not been incredibly significant, to tell you the truth. And the science supports all the uses proposed in the rule. And so we're going to put on the scientific evidence, and it's going to be the same for a use like ecological water use, for ecological uses, as it would be for an industrial use like a car wash. Then I think you put on the science because the application process will be the same too. And that is really what we're looking at here, is getting a very good sturdy framework that can stay in place for lots of different uses and lots of different applications that is scientifically sound. The water characterization principles are going to be the same. The feasibility testing principles are going to be the same. The monitoring principles are going to be the same. The wet testing for toxicology principles are going to be the same. And if you're going to present all the same scientific principles, and you're going to use essentially the same permitting framework for those different kinds of uses, you might have different terms and conditions that get written into an application by the department as they issue an application, but why not hear it instead of coming back year after year to expand it use by use?
Well, because what the legislature required from us is a series of regulations not governing just the reuse of produced water, but the treatment, the transportation, the disposal. All of that will vary greatly for every one of these uses. So when the water goes down the drain from a car wash, where is it going? Is that the same as when it goes down the drain from a laundromat? Or for when using dust control? I mean, every one of these will be dramatically different. And so I guess your answer is, well, it's up to the Environment Department. They'll be in charge of it. They put it on the permit.
No, that is not, Mr. Chair, Commissioner. Actually, when you are looking at disposal of the effluent from the treatment process, which is what I believe the legislature was focused on, not disposal of the treated water after it's being treated and used, disposal of the effluent is actually handled, in a disposal well, typically is what the proposal says. And so we do have provisions about disposal. We do have a transportation plan requirement, so you can track transportation of treated produced water as it leaves oil field sites. And that would apply regardless of the use. We have what we are proposing in red lines is going to be a use permit for users, not just treaters of the treated produced water. And a lot of that, while there might be more robust characterization, the treatment processes and the testing processes of this water, you're pretty much looking at a distilled water quality for all these uses. So that is what the science is going to show when we put on the evidence, is most of these treatment trains now and different treatment technologies that are being used strip the water down to a distilled water quality where you are not seeing a lot of contaminants. And Mr. Thompson, the chair, was right when he earlier stated the research is showing that water's coming out at distilled quality. And so that does answer a lot of your disposal questions that you're raising about disposal from a car wash. Well, how do you dispose of distilled water today, right? Do we have robust disposal requirements for distilled water that you could buy off a grocery store shelf?
I just think you're grossly misunderestimating the amount of controversy, the amount of testimony, the amount of questions that will come out of this rulemaking. And you're completely missing a huge opportunity to take the time, work with parties to hopefully narrow some of those questions down, and work this out. Because otherwise it'll be up to us. And you know, what came out of the last rulemaking didn't look a lot like what the Environment Department started with. And so what comes out of this rulemaking may not look a lot like what you proposed either. So just be aware, the more you can work out in advance of any rulemaking proceeding, the better off you are in the proceeding. And that's just common sense. You know, it's not that you have to comply with a statute. It's doing it right and not wasting a lot of our time in hearings going back over and over again a lot of these processes and questions. Thank you.
Did I misunderstand you? You had hearings already?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Commissioner, not hearings. We have had public outreach events. We've partnered with the Hispano Chamber of Commerce, and we've spoken throughout the state. We've spoken in Las Cruces, Las Lunas, Taos, Santa Fe, Albuquerque, on 2 occasions, Hobbs, to a variety of different stakeholders and groups already.
And how were those advertised?
They were advertised by the Hispano Chamber, and they were advertised, I believe, online. So it was being circulated to local community members, and with some of the local chambers of commerce within these communities is how I believe they were primarily advertised.
But I believe I understood you correctly. You plan to have hearings.
That is right. It's not a hearing. We're going to plan to have what would traditionally be your public outreach event. I think of a hearing like this in front of a body, a rulemaking body, where you put people on the stand and they testify. We want to have public outreach events open and more broadly advertised to everybody, more open to the public instead of going through a chamber. And we'd like to have 4 of them before the rulemaking occurs so that we have public education. We have also, started educating on radio shows, KKOB, and then we are using a lot of other outreach avenues so we can start to talk more generally with the public.
Questions, Commissioner?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. I appreciate the comments of the other commissioners. I'm in agreement that more conversation is definitely necessary. I look around the room, I look at the interest in this topic, both from the public and from the parties. And I wish I had this level of support for what we're doing to hold the Department of Defense accountable on PFAS issues down in Perry County and Otero County. I don't see Sierra Club, WELK, Wild Earth Guardians, and Center for Biological Diversity there. That's an invitation, New Energy Economy. Don't want to testify, but I think the level of engagement and interest in this topic is so high that I have to agree with Commissioner Brankert that the more you do, the better the easier you make this job. Speaking from, not that I sit on the Environmental Improvement Board, we, in our ozone rulemaking process, an oil and gas company and an NGO came up with language that was then brought into that rulemaking process, and the Environmental Improvement Board adopted that language. So I think how you get to that result of a more concurred upon proposal is up to you, because the Environment Department, in checking with my team, both groundwater and surface water, has not served has not convened an advisory panel for petitions that were not our own. But that doesn't mean that transparency in the process and educating the parties and presenting the best possible proposal to the commission with its scope and its components wouldn't be of value. So I would just encourage you to continue to engage in conversations with community members that may not be members of a chamber or listeners of KKOB, etc. So that said, you highlighted that you're doing some degree of statewide research or statewide outreach, and you're asking for the hearing to take place in Hobbs. So what might be the plan going forward then that you might be thinking about to engage both non-Southeast New Mexico residents or public on the petition and educate them on it, or take from them what they need to understand about the petition, as well as from the Southeast community?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner. So as we have been thinking about this, one item that we do need from the commission is the location of the hearing, because that does shape how you do your outreach and who, where you spend more time. We have asked for Southeast New Mexico. Nothing has been set. We don't have a scheduling order, so we don't know if it's going to be set in Southeast New Mexico. We don't know if it's going to be set in 2 different locations. So that does somewhat indicate a little bit of your scope of outreach. But we were thinking 4 areas of the state: South, North, Central, and then probably down more in the Las Cruces area where the research consortium is located. Publicly advertise, putting together a presentation, PowerPoint presentation, walking through the rule, walking through all the safeguards that are included in the rule, because we've included many safety belts for the safe treated produced water use. And then taking questions and then opening up a forum so that people could submit questions to us and submit feedback to us that we would then take and incorporate into a red line proposal before the rulemaking process.
So, Mr. Chair, I think about the work the Environment Department does around the country and for members of around the state and for members of the commission. In some respects, if we're raising food permit fees, we go around the state because it affects the entire state. When we looked at ozone rules, we did a little bit of work in the corners because largely those were the non-attainment areas we were trying to defend against. We did outreach, of course, in other parts of the state as well. And when I think about the issues related to PFAS around Air Force bases and things like that, I can't imagine that I could get members of Curry County and Otero County, or certainly Santa Fe with the National Guard issues. But I think to some degree we do have to take government to communities, especially those who may not be able to participate remotely over Zoom. But I would really want to make sure that as we think about where a hearing would be held, and I don't know that we're doing that as a group or doing that with the hearing officer. I'm unclear about that. I just want to make sure that we have robust public access, to the point I made earlier about that members around the state of New Mexico would be interested in this. But I do agree that I can do my job by talking about PFAS solely in Santa Fe and not taking that discussion to the members of Clovis or Curry County. So there is something to be said about bringing government to the most impacted part of the state. Thank you, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Many years ago, dinosaurs roamed the face of the earth. And I had just finished a master's degree, and I went to work for EPA writing NPDES permits. I figure I'm probably one of the very few people in the state of New Mexico who actually wrote an NPDES permit. I wrote a bunch. I look at the requirements in this proposed rule, and boy, that would be a very tough permit to write and then to implement. And I think, following up on Commissioner Brancard's comments, it would benefit, proposed rule would benefit greatly by having an advisory committee, including the regulated community, to have them, give them an opportunity to see if it could be simplified, because this is going to be a really difficult one. So that's a comment, not so much a question, but Yeah, if we could slow this down and have an advisory committee and their input, that would, I think would be helpful. I've just been informed Commissioner Whitty has raised his hand. Apologize for not watching the screen. Go ahead.
That's okay, Mr. Chairman. I've been having fun watching the screen in Las Cruces. Just a comment in you know what Commissioner Brankert said about doing a lot of work ahead of time. When my agency does rulemaking, I ensure that my staff does a lot of rulemaking, a lot of outreach ahead of time because you do work out a lot of problems. I also agree with Secretary Kinney that it's best to take government to the people and to have, and I always make sure that my rules, if they're impacting a certain area of the state, we have the hearings in that area of the state specifically. So I think all that's good going forward, but I would really encourage water and everybody to get together on whatever time schedule, informal or formal, and try to work out as much as you can. The comment about needing to know where the hearing is to figure out the outreach concerns me because this is a statewide issue. And it's an issue that's going to impact not only the local communities, but water impacts everybody and how it goes and how it's perceived. And so outreach and getting together needs to keep that in mind as well. So I'll stop at that.
Thank you. Any other commissioners?
I have a comment, but I didn't know if we're done with.
Go ahead.
Well, actually, it's more a suggestion. From the discussion and from my own thoughts, I'm wondering if would not be best to break this into 3 votes. 1 for each argument.
How do other commissioners feel about that? It's a single motion. There are 3 components. Break it into 3.
Mr. Chair, and commissioners, I think actually that would make sense, given the way the motion was structured. Commissioner Fry, would you state what you think the 3 are?
Well, she has these numbered 1, 2, and 3, I believe. Yes. So 1 would be on the advisory committee. 1 would be on the date or limitations of the date, and 3 would be on location.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, if I may ask a question.
Please.
So the way I understand the first argument is that the advisory committee would need to be set before a hearing or would need to be held before a hearing could be set in this case. And I did just want to point out that there is a lot of water moving to Texas every day in the interim as people see the regulatory uncertainty here in New Mexico. And so I do not think that an advisory committee would need to be fully performed and then we all come back again to see if a hearing would be set in this matter.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I have a question, listening and hoping maybe I'd hear it, but it doesn't appear to me that in statute it says who would be part of an advisory committee. And so we've heard from the proponents here that they've met with all sorts of different experts from all over the place. Is that an advisory committee or not? I mean, I guess I'm not clear what constitutes an advisory committee and whether they have or haven't already met that requirement.
Mr. Chair and commissioners, I don't, with the line has been read a few times, so I'm not going to read it again. But as defined in the statute, what I've heard doesn't meet that definition. I've heard that they've had outreach sessions where they're communicating. That's a one-way, that's not a dialogue. Or, and it just certainly doesn't look like they're getting input from stakeholders, as was described. And they also described a meeting in Midland, which I'm assuming is Midland, Texas.
Mr.
Not New Mexico.
Commissioner Council, yes, yeah,
Okay.
that is. And then that also goes without saying, I think the legal question in front of you is whether or not the advisory committee requirement applies.
So, Mr. Chair, as a point of clarification and breaking down the motions as Commissioner Fry just described, and trying to quickly page through what would be the first one about the constituent agency, or the advisory committee. If that motion were to pass, would that be stating, and I think it would, that the Environment Department, based on its, would now be convening an advisory committee for this and future rulemakings in conflict with past practice of the department's understanding of the law?
I think so. And Ms. Fox suggested, and during the discussion, that the constituent agency is the Environment Department. So they should be the one that shall establish an advisory committee.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner, please go ahead.
Yeah, just breaking in a little bit. I think my suggestion is making sure that the groups work together. I'm not sure that the advisory, in this case, the advisory committee is a statutory requirement for this thing to move forward. But I would certainly encourage the groups to get together and try to work out as much as you can before this thing, if it does go to hearing, whenever it goes to hearing, get as many of the details, at least on one page, as they can going forward. But I'm not convinced yet that it's an administrative or a statutory requirement that the advisory committee meet on this particular rulemaking.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with my old buddy Jeff Whitty that I don't think that the statute really applies to this situation. Okay. But what I would like to do is to have the commission simply pass a motion that would strongly recommend that the petitioner work with the Environment Department to establish some sort of stakeholder process to get input on the proposed draft. And that it be, more than one event, perhaps it could be a live event, it could be comments in writing, but that it be a real process that they can sincerely get comments from folks about this really detailed rule proposal.
Mr. Chair, clearly I'm not looking to set precedent for the Environment Department to convene a advisory committee in all rulemakings that come to the WQCC. I think Commissioner Brankard's suggestion is one to certainly consider. It's a less than and not statutorily obligated or decided on by the commission. And putting a pin in that for a moment and going back to Commissioner Fry's two other proposal, or the other, breaking this down to 3 votes. Was it the intent of the commission to take up the time and location issues as a point of what I'll call just motions practice, or was that something we were unilaterally going to decide in consultation with the hearing officer? So I'm still confused about the latter 2 points as compared to the first point.
Sure. At our last meeting, we allowed the hearing officer to decide the location and time. But I think it would be within our purview if we wanted to suggest alternative locations and time. I suppose we could do that. It would be dependent on her availability. And as you know, we're having a hard time coming up with hearing officers.
So, Mr. Chair, there's a practicality that is in the back of my mind to your point that you just said about finding a reasonable location in a certain time of year with our now hearing officer that probably has 50 plus matters assigned to her. Until we have other hearing officers we can bring on. So my concern, I guess it would be dependent upon how we take up the second and third motion and what was moved by the commission as to whether my concerns about specificity could even be met if we so chose to pick a time and location today. I'm unclear that we could fulfill our own motion.
Commissioner Fry, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
If we don't vote on the last two and just leave it up to the hearing officer, I would be fine with that. I don't like the idea of giving a directive that it must be held in Santa Fe. I don't like the idea that we're giving a directive that it must be held in Santa Fe. I like your idea of allowing the hearing officer to work out the date and locations.
And council has something to add to the conversation.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Kenny, to your question about what the commission is going to address, I think the motion, as I understand it, presented three different issues. So it was a combination. And instead of voting yes or no to the entire thing, the discussion was to break it down. So because if commissioners agree with one part but not 2 and 3, then they can do that.
Mr. Chair and Council, I totally understand and for example, a hearing in this matter should not be held until summer of 2026. I think if we were to take that up specifically, and that passed, it could be that we don't have the ability to. I assume we'll find a location if it were to pass. Sorry. But I think we have to give some deference to the hearing officer and Pam Jones and Lewis who are going to have to find a ballroom, hotel room, all the logistics to this. So I just advocating for my team to be able to have some flexibility with the hearing officer. So I don't stand in opposition of doing this in 3 votes. I'm just concerned that we'll lock ourselves in a way that it seems like a good idea today and counterproductive tomorrow.
Mr. Chairman, it may be possible to do it in 2 with date and location, just as 1 if we're going to defer to the hearing officer as we have previously.
So you're saying instead of 3 separate votes, we have 2 separate votes. One would be whether or not to require a formation of an advisory committee, and the second vote would be,
in essence, whether to defer to the hearing officer for a date and location or for the commission to designate that.
Okay. Commissioner?
I'll add one other thing also, depending what we decide on the first thing. I mean, we may not even choose to vote on the other ones because it'll add time to have that, the formation of that committee.
Okay, so let me see if I can steer us in a productive direction. I like Commissioner Sloan's suggestion. We separate this proposed motion into 2 sections. The first would be to deal with the issue of whether or not to require an advisory committee, and the second would be to let the hearing officer establish the date and location. Is everybody in agreement with it? We separate it that way? Okay. I see heads nod. So with that, do we want to discuss whether or not to require an advisory committee? Or are we ready to have a motion and vote on? Commissioner Bayless.
I think some attention at this time could be given to the composition of the advisory committee. I think one of the shortcomings of outreach, as has been discussed, is that we're talking to ourselves all the time. I've worked on advisory committees that you had the environmental groups and the industry groups in one room at the same time. And they actually talked to one another and they grew to appreciate each other's position. And there was a lot more understanding and progress made because of the composition of the group. So at some time or another, I'd like for us to do the same thing. Who should be involved? Industry and these people need to get together and talk to each other and understand that we're all human beings here. And it's so easy to think bad thoughts about the opposition when they're not in the room. And then there should be a referee or two, probably an agency representative, a person that would take notes and publish minutes and get something done for the next time that there's an advisory meeting. Well, there's protocols, there's precedents of how to do these things, and the composition of the advisory group needs to be given some thought, just to make sure we're not talking to ourselves, preaching to the choir. We need to talk to opposite points of view and bring them together as much, which will never happen, but you got to bring them closer than they are now.
Commissioner Brankart.
You know, I hate to complicate matters, but I guess I'll address this to Secretary Kenny. Is the Environment Department's tribal consultation protocol triggered by a proposed rule to the commission?
Mr. Chair, if this was our rule, yes, but this is not our rule, so.
But it is the commission's rule.
Fair. I don't know the answer, Mr. Chair, if we've provided any notification to tribal governors or sovereign nations as a result of the Water Alliance petition. We just hired our tribal coordinator. She's in her second week, I believe now. So our prior one had departed the agency. So I'm not sure if we've done any outreach on this water rule. However, on our water reuse strategy, 50-year water action plan, et cetera, there's been engagement at multiple levels by the Environment Department as well as other agencies and the governor's office. So that I can say for sure.
Yeah, I mean, when the state proposes a rule, there's a bunch of different things we normally go through. Like, for instance, the Small Business Advisory Committee.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Rankard, part of my reason that I'm going to vote no or to not have an advisory committee here is because of points you're making that whoever brings a rule to the WQCC that is within the very wide purview of what the Environment Department does, would create a precedent that everything that you're saying that I may not be thinking of today will now be in effect. So that this commission could be seeing rules by third parties more than it sees rules by the agency in the future, which is why I strongly suggest not supporting that first motion. But again, disclosing that I think more communication is absolutely necessary without a legal threshold or precedent here.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the commission? Would you like to, so I think we've all agreed. I saw the heads nod. We're going to divide it into two votes. First vote would be whether or not to require or implement or services of an advisory committee. Second would allow the hearing officer to set a date and location. So if there's, I'm looking for a motion.
So this,
Excuse me, folks, we had an alarm go off over here, so.
okay, so I'll wait, Mr. Chair. Should I proceed or wait?
There's a red button here and I think I bumped it with my chair. Got some wire cutters.
All right, that should clear.
Thank you.
Sorry for the interruption.
Sorry, I bumped it.
Basically all clear.
Okay.
Sure. So with respect to the argument on page 3 of the filing, NMED and the commission must follow the Water Quality Act's requirements for convening an advisory committee and soliciting public participation. I would make a motion that we deny the requirement for convening an advisory committee.
Second by Commissioner Sloan.
Commissioner Brankard.
Mr. Chair, I'll ask the sponsor, would it be a friendly amendment to add to that that the commission recommends that the petitioner engage in a stakeholder process on their proposed rulemaking?
Mr. Chair, I would consider that a friendly amendment.
As would I.
Okay. Further discussion. You ready to vote? So it's been moved and seconded to deny the request for an advisory committee, but the petitioners will be encouraged to implement a formal outreach program. Is that an accurate restatement?
I agree.
Okay, I think we're ready to go.
So decline will be what's moved and approve, or what are we saying for the other direction?
Deny and grant.
Okay, here we go. Vice Chair Anderson, how do you vote?
Deny.
Thank you. Commissioner Brankard,
Deny.
Commissioner Barunda,
Deny.
Commissioner Fry,
Grant,
Commissioner Kenny,
Deny.
Commissioner Whitty,
Deny.
Commissioner DeBlasi,
Deny.
Commissioner McWilliams. Okay, she's gone. Commissioner Moander,
Deny.
Commissioner Sloan,
Deny.
Chair Thompson,
Deny.
Commissioner Bayless,
Deny.
Commissioner Vehil.
Deny.
Motion passes.
Okay, so we got what? The first issue was scheduling and hearing officer is to leave the scheduling to the and location to the availability of the hearing officer. Is that correct? Now, she has scheduled it for the Tuesday after Thanksgiving, location to be determined. But rephrase that. She's scheduled it to begin the Tuesday after Thanksgiving. Location preliminary will be in Hobbs, but they don't have a facility at present, my understanding. So do we want to override that determination by the hearing officer, or do we want to just let it stand? Commissioner Sloan.
Mr. Chair, I would move to maintain the flexibility of the hearing officer to select the location and the date.
Second.
Second. Okay. Further discussion? Ready to vote? Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, just again, looking at the motion as it's drafted, and I don't know how procedurally accurate we have to be in taking up the way it was phrased by Commissioner Sloan, or my assumption is we're denying the second and third part of the petition in favor of keeping that flexibility with the hearing officer.
I believe that's consistent with my motion, yes.
Okay. Everybody clear? Ms. Jones, call the roll.
Okay, Vice Chair Anderson, how do you vote?
Deny.
And Commissioner Brankard,
Deny.
Commissioner Barunda,
Deny.
Commissioner Fry,
Deny.
Commissioner Kenny,
Deny.
Commissioner Whitty,
Deny.
Commissioner Blassie,
Deny.
Commissioner Moander,
Deny.
Commissioner Sloan,
Deny.
Chair Thompson,
Deny.
Commissioner Bayless,
Deny.
Commissioner Vehil.
Deny.
Motion passes.
It's been a long day. So the next item on our agenda is to set a meeting date. Our normal meeting is the second Tuesday of the month. I don't have a calendar in front of me. And I don't know if we have any agenda items at present.
So
We
we have
do
a hearing?
the next meeting is September 9th. And we have the hearing on WQCC 2473, the Hobbs matter.
Okay. So our next, unless somebody has serious heartburn, our next meeting will be September 9th. And we'll send out a full agenda 10 days in advance. With that, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, thank you all.